Really quick queue. Hello, welcome everyone to Blue Span's Dota 2 stream. Betting's not on.
5 seconds left.
Divine 4? Oh fuck that. Dude, don't carry, man. Hello Lulu, hello Tundra, hello Wing, hello BJ.
This is where you win or lose. Seconds.
Infinite power.
5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Seconds.
Still don't want to give it to you.
5 seconds left. I'm no techno wizard or nothing, but I think that player just disconnected. Infinite power. Infinite power. Infinite power.
Infinite power.
Hey, they're bad! Good for you!
Hi BJ, hi Mohammed. Yeah, I just woke up. Hi Soza. Hi Nicholas.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hello Sheriff. Hello Ren. Hello Arya. Yo, Ramat. I stay in Canada. Lunch at your ex-girlfriend's place? Oh shit! How's that?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Wind Ranger. No bets. Don't beg, dude. That looks pathetic.
Prepare for battle!
The question is, who holds?
You don't understand the use of branches? Make a wand with it, man. Thanks, Pushpa.
The bag! Taken by surprise. Quick strike. Surreptitiously. Like a wisp.
It's in the bag.
Slyly.
30 seconds to showtime! First blood!
Shall we pull this off and have a riddle round?
In the blink of an eye.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Nah, that stuff's over there. Don't make me come over there.
Names on it. I'll slip through their guard. I'm but a shadow. Yes. Very well. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Oh, yes. Sneaking. Moving quickly. There falls my shadow. That's my blade.
Oh my god, I missed it.
In silence.
Oh, I missed it again. What the fuck's wrong with me?
For the veiled ones. Attack. I will not hesitate.
Need that quelling blade ASAP.
Yes. My edges are running. In I go. Look sharp. When least expected.
My life is music. When I hit that mic, I gain control.
Here I am.
My soul with my mind in overload. For so long, I was cold. I mean, my heart was
They see me not.
trembling emotions. How the fuck was I supposed to grow? How the fuck was I supposed to know that my ambitions had me dissing, no creating visions. Only at my goal. I was so bitter, feeling like I was a little bitter, but now I deliver like Domino's dinner. Go call me whatever, but not for you.
Sneaking.
Man, this is so fucking ass.
I can salve you once you're safe.
Okay, wait for this wave. Thanks.
Oh, well, fuck, I did it.
Ah, thanks anyways.
Like a wisp. Have some blade. Here I am. I'm soft on the eye. Very well. In I go. I am not ready. In the blink of an eye. Attack.
Dude, this lane is so fucking ass.
I'm but a shadow. Creeping in.
Still woke.
Moving quickly.
Where the hell I gotta take it just to get it through to you? Constant moves, I've even been switching crews. That's the way
There falls my shadow. That's my blade.
Remember talking back to top, talking how we make it. Waking when we hit the ground to the day we make it. Kept it concentrated while they watered down. That's why they hate it till I
Yes.
make it. Learn to simulate it. Neo in the matrix. Struggle rapping, not by choice, but where I'm at, I should
Oh, yes.
Rolling through the city with the crew, screaming with the boys. We up next like we was college.
I will not hesitate.
Girls want me signing theirs by getting weight up off my chest. Cause God and I may disagree, but
I'll
they
slip
got
through their guard.
pretty crazy how this life is mine. Still woke, but I'll get my shine.
Like a whisk.
I still grind. Maybe one day I'll wake up, find out streaming the whole time.
They see me not.
Sometimes it gets hard trying to reach my goal.
In the blink of an eye.
Sometimes I pretend like I'm real close.
Yes.
Sometimes, just sometimes, I have to put my life on hold.
Oh, yes.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes, I can't dream.
Sneaky.
I'm still
Yes.
I'm still
I'm but a shadow.
Ruins.
Surreptitiously. Look sharp. Moving quickly. There's more of me, but less to see. Very well.
Killing spree! Own it!
I have slipped through their guard.
Oh fuck. Need 2 mana.
Slyly. Creeping in. In I go. Don't blink or you'll miss me. There falls my shadow. That's my blade.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'm but a shadow.
Oh my god. I'm gonna shrine. Bottom.
Slyly.
Fuck Bounty Hunter, dude. Like, I was just about to put it into the trees there and he killed it.
Oh yes.
I have to run back to base to get the wards. Stay rolling for a sec.
Okay.
Creeping in. There falls my shadow. That's my blade. In silence. Moving quickly. Yes. In I go. They see me not.
Man, this lane is so fucking ass.
Sneaky.
I can't actually do shit in this lane. Maybe I shouldn't have been in this lane.
Dire structures are fortified.
Surreptitiously.
Fuck off, man. Jesus Christ.
In the blink of an eye. Very well. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Oh, well, good thing he's not pulling next.
Have some blade.
I might need some TPs bottom.
That one spell.
Oh, okay.
Oh fuck.
The bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Don't tell me. I'm a sight for sore eyes.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
They're gone.
You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Oh, yes.
This lane is like the worst PA lane I've ever done in my life.
Slyly. Yes.
The top tower is under attack.
Bounty's in here.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I'm but a shadow. Yes. Sneaky. Taken by surprise. Don't look now. You're least expected.
10-minute runes are up.
This should make my life easier. Wish fulfilled. Without remorse. Quick strike. They see me not. Creeping in. Moving quickly.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
They slipped through their guard.
BH is TPing mid as well.
Like a wisp.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
In silence. Here I am.
Fuck you, man.
Have some blade. Look sharp.
What the fuck? Yeah, I can't get farm.
There falls my shadow. That's my blade. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
He's how does he what the
The fortification.
That's my blade.
Enemy bottom tower is no more.
Blink of an eye. Oh, yes.
who's doing worse, me or Bloodseeker? Oh, me by far.
Attack.
Yeah, I am doing so fucking bad right now.
They see me not.
Oops.
Surreptitious.
Maybe I shouldn't have played ranked game first. Where's this bounty hunter anyway? He's probably fucking stalking me.
Taken by surprise.
Oh, there he is. There's this fucking piece of shit. Okay, man.
Like a wisp.
Ooh, your bottom tower is
Slaughter is probably running over to kill me.
In I go. I'll slip through their guard. Slyly. Don't blink or you'll miss me.
BH is near a shrine.
Moving quickly. Least expected.
I got a BH here if anyone has detection.
There's sentry there too.
Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm but a shadow.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Dire structures are fortified. The bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I can't farm.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
I am not hesitate. Without your boss. Don't quit.
No, I don't fight at all. I am so fucking useless in a fight right now. Which one was the healing one? This one.
Killing spree! The bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Yeah, I'll grab top bounty units.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
I'll slip.
Oh my god, he's gonna check the other one. He sees this one, but he still checks the other one? Wow.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Slyly. Phantom fighter.
Usually when someone sees one bounty rune that's close to their base and it's gone, they don't check the other one, but that's interesting.
Here I am. Creeping in. In the blink of an eye.
Did I just see someone? Oh yeah, bounty hunter fucking on my dick again.
Attack.
Good job, man.
Invisibility.
Oh, you're still here, huh? You still here, bounty hunter? You're so good, man.
Not yet.
You're so good.
They see me not.
Are you even watching your top tower? The top tower needs some help.
I don't know about this lane.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, just go bottom to farm.
Your top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad tower. You'll be fine as long as that top tower don't fall.
Moving quickly.
Oh, this farm.
It's not done yet. Quick strike. Sneak. Without your boss. Where least expected. I am not ready. I am not hesitate.
Hey, I don't really have much Oracle.
Regeneration.
I don't think we can beat him. There's a BH over here.
I am not ready.
Ugh.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Near shrine with a brew.
Fortified with structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Like a wisp.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Yeah, just go ahead and get this guy.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Help the Wind Ranger.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
I am not ready. You see less of me now. It is not done yet.
Amber Spirit's coming. That's what I thought. Two more?
Killing spree. Double kill.
Suck my dick.
Guy is putting up a barricade. The enemy's bottom tower.
Not yet.
Good. For my tower.
Have some
Think you're so fucking good.
blink for your listening. They see me now. Get out your boss. Taken by surprise. Yes. I have not hesitated. Surreptitiously. I am not ready. When least expected. Look sharp. Got to keep my hand in. Moving quickly. I'm but a shadow. Like a wisp. Yes.
Wait, he's Relic.
Creeping in. Slyly.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Very well.
Your bottom tower is
Yeah, fuck you. Okay, I have Desolator coming. Maybe, can we do Roshan? Can you help?
Oh, I needed that mana.
Hey, Wind Ranger, take you, okay? Nice job.
Please leave the rank creep for a sec. Yeah, JK.
Sorry.
Keep my words for a sec, Oracle. I need to get an item. Okay, I'll keep on him.
There falls my shadow, fells my blade. I will not hesitate. Yes! It is not time yet. Like a wisp. Keep my hand in. Attack. Have some blade.
Wait 1 second, Courier.
In I go.
I'm KB on Slugger.
Okay.
It is not time yet. Surreptitiously. I am not ready. They see me not. Slyly. Not yet. In I go. Not yet. There falls my shadow.
I do have another smoke.
Moving quickly.
Clear the way.
I am not ready. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Yes.
The bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Blink of an eye.
Yeah, it has to stop.
Quick strike.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Creeping in. Oh, yes. sharp. Didn't you see me? Surreptitiously.
What the fuck do I gotta do to become famous? My niggas in a position where they can make it. I let my niggas know I got them if they need me.
Taken by surprise.
30 mid-range drop.
I'm but the shadow.
Every coin helps.
I will not hesitate. Yes.
Fucking piece of shit.
Sneaky. Not yet. Yes.
What the fuck do I gotta do to become famous? Put my niggas in a position where they can make it. I let my niggas know I got them
In
if
the
they need me.
blink of an eye. My edges are running. I'm done. Beam. There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Without remorse,
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm but a shadow.
The top tower is under attack. Oh, it gets sick! Oh, no!
Let's go.
Oh, yes.
Wait on courier, okay?
Don't blink or you'll miss me. Surreptitiously. It is not done yet.
Reese?
Slyly. It is not done yet.
Oh fuck, I blocked that camp.
Then I go. Release the spigot.
Go slay. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit, that's not good, man.
It is not done yet.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't stand a chance.
Your middle tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Sneaky. Like a wisp.
Oh, I should have given that to you. Roshan might be up. There's like 30% chance.
Here I am.
Oh shit, there's DD here.
It is not done yet.
Oh shit's up.
Double damage.
Hey, Wind Ranger, come. Yeah, fight me with DD, huh? Fucking bitches.
Oh, that did so much work.
Can I tip him again? Fucking talk more, bitch.
I'm back toward buying beauty with Oracle. Thank you.
Hey, cheese. Take the cheese, brew.
Never messed up that bad.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Fucking cocky ass divine bitch.
Moving quickly.
Yeah, you know, we have 2 catapults though. Maybe just stay behind me.
Dire structures.
I was gonna say at least get the desolator on for the catapults.
Yeah, you know what? Let's not be greedy.
Kind of
We do need to stop this stuff.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Thanks, Lulu.
They'll slip through their guard.
Fucking bitch ass. You shut your mouth now, huh?
I'm but a shadow.
That's what I thought. Fucking win laning phase, open your mouth all day. Now you shut your mouth? Pathetic. Act like a fucking little bitch. Alright, shall we go mid now?
Yikes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, how'd that go so bad? Maybe we should just back when Ember bought back.
Acting like we Siamese, we are not the same. I got hits in every genre of the game. Folk on my album is getting plays. Voicemail on my phone, but I make them wait. I am pulling my chips, no a game to play.
Your mid-tower can talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
This ain't talking. Why would I want you to turn the red? Maybe I'll jump to the third.
And over here, we have the old house. Not being there, no. So fun.
Well, we know Ember doesn't have buyback for sure.
It is not time yet. I am not ready. I am but a shadow. There falls my shadow, fares my blade. In I go. Some blade.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I am not ready. Without your watch.
Do we want to back yet?
Think so.
Yeah.
Barracks has fallen.
I am not ready.
Anyone able to grab the bottom ring?
Not so winded now.
Oh man, just tell me earlier. Panic. Okay.
Like a wisp. Slyly. Don't blink for your miss.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
I can't get smoke.
Alright, cool down.
Okay.
When least expected. They see me not. One for the phantom. Moving quickly. Not yet. Yes.
You can see
I'm so close to satanic though.
It is not time yet.
Blood on your hands. Live to fight another day.
Dota.
Fire structures are fortified.
Yes.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. The enemy's top barracks is fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Even death is going to take my pain, isn't it?
They want that lion booty. Can't have it.
Good job, buddy.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
To see.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we'll get it, we'll get it.
Monster kills!
Okay. I hit the ranks.
Whoa! Double item! The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have 10 degrees. Figures.
Fucking bitch.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I fucking thought, bitch. Yeah, Slaughter not toxic now, huh? I fucking bent him over and fucked him like a bitch. Jesus Christ. Act like people never have bad laning phase. Like, PA Slaughter? Or PA Lion versus Slaughter BH? What do you want me to do? Oh, nice, commend. I'm gonna commend the Lion. He, I like him. He helped me the whole way. This guy's toxic though. Dota 2 Master, I have absolutely no idea who you are. GG guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. Oh yeah, I gotta report the Slaughter. Why didn't I do that? Very toxic player. Oh wait, I gotta copy and paste my report. Fuck. I think he was in last game. He was the Oracle. He's been in my game for quite a while.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Okay, let me turn on betting.
5 seconds left. Your pick.
Okay, you guys get
This is
10
where
minutes to
you
bet
win
on this game starting
or
now.
lose.
Thanks, Vinny. Glad you like the Lion, Lulu.
Insecurities that I am possessing. Why is my depth in the constant obsession? I am reflecting. Think about the life that I chose and the path that a young nigga moving on. And I've been down and out because I was looking for the answer, but never really had no question. Tell me that I'm accepted. I'm getting sick and tired of rejection. I said I can't deal with the nonsense. The pain been constant. I wish I wasn't this depressed so I could deal with the stress. I feel it all times. I'm debating what the fuck I'ma do with the cadence. I hope it is a weed nigga. I can take a deep to the
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
With the voice in my head, trying to get it all right. I could never get a light when I felt that I needed it. Proceeded with my genius, conceiving this demeanor shit. You will with pen and paint and
Level 25 BB? Damn. He needs the support to help him though. Like Oracle. Do I remember Kaito Joker? I remember that guy. But if you change your account name and then come back with a different account name and then like, ask me if I remember you? Fuck no. What? Do I know Admiral Bulldog? Who doesn't?
You wondering what is my thesis? You wondering what is my thesis? Why am I lonely when people are phony? I felt like I needed someone to believe in. Tell me that you want the real shit and take a second to listen and you'll feel this. As I reminisce on my self-esteem that would evaporate in my adolescence. Turned introspective, felt so dejected. I should use a noose as my newest necklace. I'ma set the scene from my wildest dreams. And I was headed for the valley of the shadow of death. I wanna be the motherfucker you define as the best. With a ride to a test, releasing no stress. I confess that I speak a life from my view.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
The truth is all bets are off. There's no more illusions. And anyone that get a division is confusing. And what a nigga written, I wanted to infuse in my flows. I'm using niggas are so clueless, blind to all facts and don't know what truth is. I put it on wax and backtrack maneuvers, atrocities that you associated on my fucking pain has been regulated in my isolation. I was hesitating, I am terrified that I will never make it. Life is so evasive, I can make a statement. I'ma signify what this should really mean, and that's another part that you would never get unless I paint a picture.
execution. You could visualize it. That was so surprising, nigga. I'm comprising lots of illness shit for you to realize that I am so lonely. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? I'm writing a story that you couldn't fathom. Yeah. I'm giving a vision that you can imagine.
Zone is Madara on his Smurf? If that's true, then we fucking lost. Oh, we fucking lost. We fucking lost. Oh my god, dude. We lost. Bet on lose, guys. I don't think that was the real Madara in my last game, for the record. English only, please.
You summon the demon witch.
Watch my double dragon drinking game. How'd you like it?
Yeah, go on, you see if it's not. Open it up and see if it's not in there. It's a lot, mate.
Sounds good, Marco. Glad to be part of your ritual.
I'll put the squeeze on you. To hell with you.
Yeah, we lost, by the way. I think Madara is like top 20 player, top 10 player, something like that. I mean, I've beaten top 10 before, so I suppose we could always keep trying.
You skip around out there.
Verily. First thing in the morning. Onward.
This went for all the marbles. Marbles right off now.
Time for strong. Oh, hell yes.
Oh, fuck. Missed.
Oh, yes. Only way that could have gone.
Nice job.
Yes. Forward. Verily. Yes.
Where's Sven? Sven's gonna come up here and fuck me up.
Battle rages.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. Yes. Coward. Why not?
Don't know why I would go outside back. Live inside my mind, lost in my studio until I catch a vibe. Don't know what day of the week it is. I'm losing track of time. It's beautiful. Yes, it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Don't you agree? It's beautiful. Finally free. It's beautiful. Yes, it is. It's beautiful. The way I live. It's beautiful. Don't you agree? It's beautiful. Don't you agree?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Hell and
Monkey King Lion is a really good combo, huh? Sven has no more stuns.
Oh, hell yes. I've got a power.
Oh yeah, Madeira died. That's good.
Why not? But effective. Thanks. Wow. Where's the fight?
Okay, man. Oh, what's your problem?
To hell and back. Where's the fight? Yes.
A bit faster.
After them. Feel my claw.
Wow, dude.
Where's the fight?
This Sven is really good at baiting clarity. There we go. Five-minute runes.
Why not?
I'm gonna die to this fucking Pango.
Transfigures once again. I don't fear hell. Hell fears me.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Oh yes.
One and one is free.
Forward. Yes. I please. I go like the devil. Oh, hell yes. Growling. Lionize.
Oh my god, my wand on fairy fire, dude! Oh, just half second earlier. Oh, god, we can kill them both, I think.
Get up! Get out there!
So close, man.
The middle tower's under attack.
Oh, he kills him anyways.
Run while you had the chance.
Oh yeah, this Monkey King's good.
Spree! Double kill!
Glad I let him carry. Yeah, I was debating these guys. I was holding back my wand and my fairy fire, but then I just pressed it too slow. Madeira's items? Nothing special, man. It's only fucking 7 minutes into the game.
Killing spree! Double kill!
There we go. Use it this time. Hope he can get kills. The boundless strike, dude. There we go. See, my life for Pangolier's life. We don't need Rubik here though.
Why not? Oh, hell yes.
What's wrong with this guy? Excuse me? What does that mean?
Onward. Yes.
Hi, Luciano.
To hell.
Oh, just help Monkey King. Yeah, I'm be helping Monkey King. He's a shrine. I'll take over. Hey, BJ, I was talking to him, man.
Yes.
Safik, yeah, I remember you.
To hell and back. Yes.
Huh.
Dominating.
Show me this demon witch sorceress.
Ah, thanks, man. Thank you. Gracias.
Generation.
Toxicity. You want me to buy you wards? Fucking treat your teammate that way?
Why not? Proud. Greetings, my friend.
Mega kill.
Oh, you only removed the message? Okay.
That should help. Forward.
I'm gonna keep Madeira down though. Level 6 Morphling versus 7 Monkey King. Almost 8 Monkey King.
I go like the devil. I want right. Where's the fight? Yes. Forward. Why not?
Dazzle's here too. Oh, jeez, man. No, there's 3 of them. Hey, Nicholas Hunter, by the time I have those items,
Are you even
the stout sheet is so irrelevant, man. And the Rubik, he should have given me, like, he should have given me the tome, but he bought it. Like, he was already 6 and he bought the tome. It hit 7. English only. Hi, Amrian. I'm good. How are you? Can't really help, huh?
Regeneration.
Where's the
Oh my god, can't even last it. Oh my god!
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Why not?
Your top tower is under attack.
Catch up time.
Top tower needs some help. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
He doesn't have his ult? Interesting.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Wow.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, hell yes.
Where's Morphing anyways? I wonder if they have a ward here. Kind of scared that they do.
To hell and back.
What does that mean?
Your top tower is under attack. Roshan
Oh my god, who's doing Roshan? Jesus. Hey, we got him. Yeah, finger damage. And I finally have boots. Finally, man. 15-minute boot.
Oh, hell yes.
Lion carry with this kind of farm? Nice logic.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, I clicked on them, sorry.
Hands are tied. Time for another vacation week.
Oh man. Dude, that...
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Rally the troops and get over there.
Who needs a cloud? Armed and dangerous.
Seems like at that
Proud.
You want items, dude.
Yes.
Never have items. I'm almost there, I'm coming.
Killing spree.
My congregations.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, we can't kill this OD. Oh man.
Especially if you can't show it. I'm lost, I'm in a daze. She's blaming me for my old ways. And I told her this is over. That bullshit is over. And I'm sipping, but I'm not sure.
Well played? Excuse me?
Knock a lot down.
The times I got to hold her. Love notes in the folder. I'm dying to
Thanks, Pamela.
Where's the fight? That devil
Coming top.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Your middle tower has fallen.
Where's the fight?
The top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yes.
The top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
You don't have to. Okay. Never mind.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh! Thought Puck will help me. Then he just. Yeah, he just walked away.
Top tower needs some help. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack.
Actually, BB has a lot of items.
Fortified. The top tower is under attack.
Finally, one of these items.
Why not? Yes.
No farm for me. There's a dazzle here, monkey. Please.
Double kill. The bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bag.
I don't know, man. Maybe we lost.
Mega kill! Triple kill! They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack.
I've been to hell and back to hell and back.
Your middle tower is under attack. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
To hell and
Radiant structures are fortified. What do you mean your bottom tower is gone?
Fuck you.
Where's the fight?
Oh no no no!
Killing spree. Double kill. Dominate. Double kill.
This battle isn't over yet.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be freaking magic.
You cannot.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Why not?
Middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. You'll be sorry if they fall. Your bottom shrine is under attack.
You're so fucking good, man.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
I don't feel like playing this game anymore.
I go like the devil. Yes. Yes. Yes.
A prize.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, I'll report puck later.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Oh god, he's gonna kill me.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Double kill. Killing
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Told you, Lion.
middle barracks are looking shaky. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your middle barracks is falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Toxic equals ban.
Stay near. Puck out.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help. You'll do something you know what's good for you.
No, Madeira has to kill me.
Barracks.
He has to kill me or Rubik. They're the easiest targets. Also, we do a lot of damage if they leave us alive.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Are you implying I should not buy it back and help team defend barracks there?
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Your middle tower is under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
Why not?
Radiant victory.
No, man, we lost a long time ago. Actually, this game was over before it even started. Their Morphling is top 20 player. On a Smurf. And if you don't believe me, watch this. Wait, watch this. Oh, I need to report puck. Oh, no, I need to report puck. Fuck, man. Why is it so hard? Where is he? Where's the puck? There we go.
Hey, we'll hold him down, you knock him out. 5 seconds left.
All right, you want to see Morphling's account? Watch this. TA 27 streak, 82% win rate. Monkey King 15 streak, 100% win rate. I don't know why it says 0.79 there, but tell me that's not a Smurf of a top tier player.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Ten seconds.
Here, let me give out your points.
5 seconds left. Your pick now.
Okay, you guys get 10 minutes to bet on this game.
What? Huh?
Brew, Mars, Pangolier Band. Okay. I think blue is... This guy looks like he's a Smurf.
Seconds.
Seems like he only has like 1,500 games on his account or something like that, so probably a Smurf.
5 seconds left.
You act toxic, but you think you can make demands? Wenson? That's a joke, man. Nah, you're already this close to getting banned. This guy always just plays BB, huh? Wonder what his BB win rate is.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
No relationship between MMR and toxicity? Glad you guys like the Ursa set. Yeah, my Ursa's pretty decked out. Oh, let's reply to this guy. I'm immortal, but I'm garbage. Alright, boxing club boy. I'm immortal, but I'm garbage. So if you're lower than immortal and I'm garbage, what does that make you? Go ahead and answer that question, man. Oh, and I'm about to ban you, so.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Glad you like the ambient effects, small set. Recycled garbage. When I alt tab, frame rate drops.
It is my spirit that keeps me safe. and not mere armor. Interloper.
Thanks, Kent.
Prepare for battle!
Yeah, go on, you see if it's not.
So fucking quiet now.
See if it's not in there. I'm telling you, it's a lock, mate. They're here.
And also, let me ask you this. You think that PPD, GH, Kuroki don't go 0-9 or whatever my line score is? Go ahead, man.
Let them see our teeth. To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag. Against all strife.
So, the answer to my question? Hey, boxing club, you know that you act like a piece of shit, right? Like, your personality is so fucking toxic, man. How do you even make friends? You must be sad, angry, lonely boy, huh?
We want to lane the Ursa versus the Tide, actually.
Wait, is Tide not down here? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, I'm gonna go top.
Tide is going top. But we should maybe...
Hey, I'm gonna grab this rune, then I'm gonna come top.
For the forest.
You know what? No, let's get back. Let's get back.
We must meet this threat head on. Sit upon them.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
I'll TP. You can walk because he'll TP bot probably, and then we can counter that.
Set upon them. Fangs bared.
Oh man, you kids are so toxic.
Fall upon them. Look who's
Good job.
first. For the cubs.
Tide, it's missing. We might have TP'd bot.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, he's over here.
He's pulling.
Yes, or
Yeah, he has to pull.
I'll cancel it.
Yes. Go to. Come near. Sweet as honey. Yes. Who calls me? Yes. On notice. The enemy is near.
There's a spirit breaker here now.
I'm under attack. Seek the foe.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Go ahead, man. I have tons of regen.
Fight is one.
Regen for fucking days.
Oh shit, dude, you're deep.
I'm fine, man. I'm salving up.
Flesh.
Okay, Spirit Breaker, you want to trade with me, man? Go ahead. Come here. Trade with me.
Tracks of intruders.
Yeah, hey, you want to hit me more? Come.
Let's get the creeps.
Fiercely now. Sit upon them.
Guess he's gonna try and pull.
Okay.
Cold and sweet. We will.
I need to buy boots. Yeah, I have enough for boots.
They failed.
Fight is one. For the forest. Fiercely now. Attack!
Good job.
Thanks.
Take this warning to heart.
We're swapping.
Okay, Tide went bot.
Okay, I can TP bot.
I merely cuffed you. Yes.
I can take the hits and gang bottom.
Join with me.
You suck him, dude. Just suck him.
Yes.
Tide might just walk top again. 5-minute runes.
Help me with these creeps.
Thanks.
Let them see our
Check runes, guys. Check runes.
Runes? Yeah, runes.
The enemy is near.
Okay.
Against all strife.
Oh, help me.
Push them back.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
dead.
fuck.
Claws out.
Free mate. I get a sentry. I think they're already in here.
Radiant called in the fortification. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Rally the troops and get over there.
I'm gonna go shrine.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Right.
He can't get this experience. I just stand here. He can't get this experience.
Bottom room, guys. And check it.
No experience for you.
Seek the foe.
Ah, whatever. Let's just run through this tower.
Yes.
Wow.
Tracks of intruders.
Hey, Artita, can you lower the backseat gaming?
Set
Thanks.
upon them. For the cubs. Right.
Jungle Tide. This is basically what happened to me in the PA game.
Your blood is mine.
I can't beat Slaughter BH, so I just go jungle.
Seek the foe. We will.
Does he have ulti necro?
Interloper. Fall upon them.
Take the bottom top shrine.
Let them see our team.
I'm TP.
Where's Tide? I need to ruin his day.
Spared.
Thanks, Elon Musk.
Yes.
Wendy, didn't you get banned? Or is that a different Wendy?
Attack.
Bottom.
Go to.
Get my bottom, baby.
The enemy is near. Sit upon them. Interloper.
We need more.
Yes. Fiercely now. We fight as one. Join with me.
Can we do this?
For the
man.
Not yet.
Ah, waste my creeps.
It's not time yet.
So this tide's jungling.
Can I push the tower?
Yeah.
I'll rend their flesh. Yes. Against all strife. Yes.
The enemy's
You
bottom
wanna go
tower
next?
has fallen.
Tracks of
Carrot top.
intruders.
TP, we can go
They're all
next.
missing. They're all missing. Carrot top.
They're top,
I don't
man.
have a TP.
Why you don't go next, dude? What the f—
Who calls me?
What are those guys' runes?
I can take the bottom room.
Set upon them.
Hey, Wentz, yeah, it was.
Top room. Check.
Yes.
It is
Easy.
tied,
Should I
dude.
just grab it?
Take it.
It's not time yet. Who calls me?
Let's fight here.
Yes. Fiercely now. Push them back. Take heed.
We need more numbers, I guess. It's okay. We need to get Blink on our side, then we can fight, I think.
I get blink now. Where the fuck's this tide?
See our teeth. I'm not ready.
Oh, there you are.
Against all strife.
The Necro will become a problem, yeah. Let's try to kill him. Let's try to kill him.
Pretty mad at you.
Wait.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Time yet.
You and a couple of friends.
Hey, don't chase. Don't chase 3D. Oh, nice.
I'm not ready. Set
It's
upon
hard.
them. Not yet.
Beating.
Z? Beating? Huh.
Not yet. Trinkets. They're here.
Dire structures are fortified.
Seek the foe. We're not ready
Get out.
for the forest.
Tide probably has— he should have Ravage.
Tracks
Too
of
many.
intruders.
We need help. We need more numbers. Yeah, they have 5 heroes, man.
Fangs
Don't let me die, please. Oh, nice. That's nice. They fucked up.
Did they? Where's BB, man? Like, why does he take so long to come here?
Hit the tide.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
No ult on Necro.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go to. Right.
Are you even watching your top tower?
The enemy is near. Ha 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 ha. It's not time yet. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Maybe fortify the structure.
Necro is super annoying, boys.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. What, not your job or something?
Regen room here.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
His teammates should be coming, I guess.
Yes.
There's a monkey on me. Monkey and Spirit Breaker involved. Careful.
Forest. I'm under attack.
Yeah, 15-minute rinse.
Good to run.
Do not fucking advertise on my channel. That's pathetic, dude.
Hey Ben, can you say please for me?
They have tons. Back. They have tons of heroes here.
I'm gonna take top tower and then I'll probably come bottom after that.
Claws out. It's not time yet. Yes. Join with me.
I don't know network.
It's not time yet. On notice.
I'm scared. I'm getting really scared up here.
I'll rend their flesh. Not yet. Set upon them.
Okay. That's showing bottom.
Cold and sweet.
There's a Spirit Breaker charging me.
Okay.
Okay, he canceled.
Against all strife. Interloper.
Coming mid. Coming mid.
Fangs bared.
Wait, now you ult? Oh my god. Maybe their team fight's too strong. I probably need BKB. All for a dazzle.
I think we need them to ravage on the bristleback.
Pretty mad at you.
Yeah, BKB will help.
Yeah, I need BKB really bad. BKB and eggs. Maybe we can do Roshan. Can we Roshan?
Fear not, my king, for I come
Hey,
to your aid.
Winter Wyvern, can you come with me?
Fiercely now.
I don't have Ravage and all
Do you
that
need
shit.
my goo?
Who calls me?
Nah, I don't think so.
Your blood is mine.
I can tank.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
For the
You
cause.
gotta do something about it or just sit there looking funny.
I'm not ready. Take heed.
Okay, they're coming in here.
Come here, guys.
I'm not ready.
Your bottom tower
Yes, rent asunder.
No need for morbid maskers.
TOBII bottom.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Seek the foe.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Another swatted.
You better
Can I
pull
shrine
on
bottom?
over to your bottom tower.
Sit upon them.
Guys, I need to pee.
Let them see our teeth.
Ugh. Atos does not work on BKB. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go.
Heads up, we're back.
My face. The enemy is near.
Thanks.
We fight as one.
Name your reputation.
Check that one, maybe.
And sweet. Come near. Yes.
Guys, we need to take a fight.
Thanks, off.
Against all strife. I'll rend their flesh.
Yeah, let's smoke, guys. I have a smoke if you want.
I also have, I don't think we need to smoke. I have BKB coming. And, B's got Crimson, I guess. Wait.
Attack! Push them back! Fangs bared.
Gonna force staff no one who's baiting me.
We should let Bristle frontline, probably.
I'd like to go top next. Oh, on glyph for that?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
BKB, you fuck.
I thought I was supposed to eat.
What the fuck did you go?
Yet. Tracks of intruders.
No glyph now, we can play high ground.
I'm not ready.
Hey, Lulu, do you know? I don't know what we can do. Oh, they don't. I guess they don't have abilities, and I still have Aegis, so I think we still go high ground. They don't have abilities, but I think.
Your blood is mine.
I also still have ulti. Tide is cutting wave, yeah, they're getting a little desperate. Nice, tower's down.
Oh fuck! Didn't time that very well. Care.
Leaving him.
It's not time yet.
How sweet side, it's okay.
Sit upon them. Yes. Gold and sweet. Claws out. Fiercely now. On notice.
Yeah, the Necro is their only chance this game.
Seek the foe. For the cubs. It's not time yet. Yes. I'm not ready.
Yeah, let's take the shrine.
Hey, can you embrace me, Wyvern? Thanks.
Attack! Join with me.
These 25 min runes are almost up.
Yes. I'm not ready. Set upon them. Let them see our teeth.
Take the shrine, I think.
It's not a good idea to gain your shot all the time.
Yeah, I don't.
There's the word.
Yes.
They're not here, it looks like.
Let them see
Enemy's
our
top
teeth.
shrine has fallen.
I nearly cuffed you. Come near. Tracks of intruders.
Oh wait, I don't have. I'm gonna buy TP right now.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
The enemy is near.
I think we should just go take tier 2 and shrine bot now.
Your bottom tower is
think so.
under attack.
Yeah.
The enemy's top
Back.
tower is fallen.
Right. We will. Not yet.
Hey!
Fine.
Nice.
Okay. The freebie, alright, let's take these.
I'm not ready. Fangs bared. Right.
Dude, I first hit bashed him.
Dormant powers stir. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
It's not
Let's take this stride.
Who calls me?
Top tower needs some help.
It's not time.
Enemy bottom
Try.
tower's gone. Nice, right? You even watching your top tower?
Set upon them.
Does anyone remember Roshan time?
Fiercely down.
Radiant fortified with structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. The enemy bottom stride
Oh fuck,
is
we blocked that
falling.
camp.
Not bad. Against
Okay,
all
do you guys know what time Roshan time is? Lulu, do you know?
Almost
Can we fight them in this area?
He's
Is there a
going
vision?
Albert. Yeah, we have vision. Let's go. They are grouping though. Here's the tide.
Not yet.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay, we dove too deep.
Was it too deep? I don't know, guys. Maybe their team fight's just stronger than ours.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, maybe we just play the pick-off game.
Unless we get him to blow something up on the Bertha, we just can't. I don't
Making
think.
arguments.
We can't.
No reason equals sad boy.
Or at least we need a pick-off to start the fight with. That fight, we just can't kill the tide.
That
can't kill
tide's
the
5
Necro.
like 1 hit, dude.
Maybe focus Dazzle, Monkey, Spirit Breaker first. Just ignore the other two.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He doesn't have charge. You can kill him. And these 30-minute runes are about to be up. Oh my god.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Rally the troops and get over there.
Care top. Okay, I TP'd bottom.
Bottom tower's kind of bad.
Care top.
Dig in and defend that sucker.
Who calls me? Right. It's not time yet. For the cause. Claws out.
Monkey seems so squishy. He has no survivability items. We should be able to blow him up. Just focus him in fights, I think. Dazzle and him.
Fall upon them. Not yet.
He's up.
Speedwork is charging me.
Your top tower needs some help.
He's probably gonna cancel the charge.
Now.
He's up.
Is Roshan up? Oh, it is up. Okay, let's. Yeah, that's the objective.
It's not time yet. Not yet.
Let's see if they charge me here.
Enemy is near. Not yet.
They are coming. Have a little bit of time though. It should be enough.
There's gonna be a cheese. Okay, get ready to grab the cheese.
Yeah, break the cheese.
TB, you take it. TB, you take it. I don't need. Do we fight? Oh no.
Yeah, okay.
Leave monkeys out here. We good.
Fighting his ult.
Don't go in the ulti, boys.
I have BKB.
Don't go in. Focus Stumpy, focus the monkey.
Okay, we lose every team fight, I guess.
We're not prioritizing the right targets. I think Dazzle needs to get targeted down early on in the fights. Otherwise the minus armor stacks up so much.
You keep arguing.
Yeah, can we just back out of the monkey ult and unite with your supports, boys? Because we're kind of isolated over here, the two of us, and we can't do shit. Unless the cores just kind of move towards us and back us up and protect us.
He's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! You got one less middle tower now, by the way. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
I might buy back. I'm not sure. I think.
Over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Fucking disarm, dude.
Leave him all day.
Yeah, let's catch them on the retreat, guys. This is our chance.
Fuck you. What the?
Double kill.
Okay.
Let's push force buybacks.
Okay. Hey, DP, grab the Arcane.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
We're here. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
Okay, if... Let's see here.
I think the monkey's all used. The only thing left is the revenge. The revenge.
I think if 2 buy back.
First, I'm gonna heal you. First.
Yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
I guess Monkey. I mean, maybe Monkey King doesn't have buyback.
Yeah. Monkey's still not buyback.
Oh, Jesus.
Good save. Kill the Spirit Breaker, please. Okay. Get the Tide Hunter maybe next. Finish the racks and back. Finish the racks and back.
No. You cannot finish.
Finish the racks and back. Finish the racks. Get up.
I don't know what's going on, dude. It's like every team fight, man.
What the hell stunned me for so long?
Killing spree! Triple kill! Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Top tower is under attack.
Fight is won.
I'm all for a little.
I didn't think they put it on him with the BKB and everything.
The top tower needs some help.
Not yet.
Your top tower is under
It's okay, we have the mid rack on their side. I'm back in 3 seconds, wait.
Your middle barracks to not barracks and you're doing it wrong.
Oh, Jesus. Should hit BKB first. Holy shit. Yeah, dude.
Of no honor.
I don't know, man. Like, we're just making bad decisions. Hi, Johnny.
These fights are difficult, man.
Yeah, DP went in too deep. Like, she went really deep. And she didn't have her Eon disc, so I'm really confused. Not for a long time. No, their team fight's just so powerful.
Tower is under attack.
Bottom's pushing really hard.
Killing spree.
Hey, you guys don't have to die for this.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The top tower has fallen.
Go kill the monkey, maybe?
I wouldn't chase too far, guys. Yeah, no, like... Okay, Dazzle's gone. Yeah, no, it was kind of even because they lost bottom in tier 3 as well, so... Does anyone remember Roshan time? These 40-minute runes are almost up.
We need BKBs in control, so like abyssals and BKBs and sheep sticks.
Guys, there's 2 tomes.
Hey, welcome back.
The enemy is near. Another slide down. We fight as one.
I think the lanes need to be pushed out just a little bit more before the smoke.
And I think we need BKB on DP before we can fight. Just chill, wait for the BKB, and group up, stay grouped.
Fall upon them. Let them see our teeth.
They're missing, be careful.
Yes. Who calls me?
Your top shrine is under attack.
Join with me.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Oh, that hurts.
Yes.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Dazzle has a lot of save now.
And this is why we can't have these things.
Does anyone?
Forest.
41, 45? Hey, I think Roshan's up. Vibert? Okay. Hey, BB, I need you to show on map, okay? Oh, shit.
It's fallen to the dire.
Uh-oh. It might be GG right there.
We'll just high ground, I guess. Although they have a really strong high ground attack with the monkey ulti.
I got DD. Maybe you can.
Tracks of intruders. Fangs bared.
Top barracks is falling.
Hey, give up this Rax. We can't fight that DD monkey right now. Yeah, give up that rack. Man, I don't know. Their team composition is so good. Yo, they're gonna TP bottom, okay? Get ready to.
Cancel TPs. Don't find the Dazzle if you can. We can force staff you out if necessary.
They should TP.
TPs,
Shall we chase?
Get ready. If any one of them TP, we get ready to fight them. Yeah, Dazzle's gone already.
It's not time yet. Sit upon them.
Use something?
Yeah, use them.
For Athos? Okay, okay.
Holy shit, man.
Okay, let's get out. We can't win this fight.
Yeah, we just can't win team fights, man.
We just don't do any damage now.
Yeah.
Do nothing.
No, I think we got outdrafted.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think Bristow is a really weak hero in this meta.
You guys think I should BKB before the Ravage? Damn, you guys are so smart.
Poor Bristow has like 40% win rate in Divine. And Necro super mega hard counters him. He's a monkey, like, he has no way to get out of the monkey stuff.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
The fuck? Okay. Any toxic comments? Instant ban. Oh man. Yeah, we lost every single team fight. Yeah, no, some of you guys are like, oh, BKB passive. Like, oh, really? I should have used BKB before Ravage? You're so fucking smart. You are so smart. Good job, man. Good job. You feel smart? Guys, I mean, when I queue for a game, that's the break, right? And when I pick a hero, that's part of the break, right? Hey Tarzan, I remember you from yesterday, and you made a lot of really dumb comments. So, just the slightest will get you banned, okay? Yeah, I don't know if I can queue for another game right now anyways. Okay, there you go. See? Banned. Hi, Sakimon. Yeah, I think Steam's down right now, guys. Yeah, we didn't have toxic teammates, so I really don't mind losing that game. I just hate to lose games with toxic teammates. Yeah, anyways, so for you smart people, let's see here. So you're essentially playing Captain Obvious, right? Like, this is basically you right here, you know? How many presidents from the United States an average US citizen know? Even though I'm from Europe, I know 25 of them. Congratulations. Like, you're so fucking smart. No one gives a shit, right? Like, same thing with this guy here. No one fucking cares. Yeah, let me get in my time machine and use BKB at the exact half second that Tide goes like this to use Ravage. Yeah, I am very smart. That's right, Sam. We got another one right here. There you go, Tundra. Oh, Gaben, let me play some Dota 2. Alright, let's scroll up, see if we have any interesting comments. Could you purge a Lotus Orb spell? A Lotus Orb spell? Could you purge Lotus Orb? No, you cannot. I lost. Paintings after Agonies? Nah, it wasn't about items. Like, there's a lot of different items I could have bought there. I could have bought eggs to get out of Ravage. I could have bought eggs to get out of Necrosis Scythe. Eggs was actually probably the best item, but I wasn't quite sure. Nullifier was really good because Tide kept using Force Staff and Heaven's Halberd, so it just changes how you play. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that regardless of what item I buy, even if I buy Divine Rapier, if I buy Desolator, game was already over. Like, I think we got outdrafted and I don't know, I just feel like our team fight could be better, but we just, I don't know, we have DP, right? Like one of the strongest teamfight heroes, and yet we're lacking. I guess we really need a really good curses. Yeah, I'll probably just outdraft. Has nothing to do with the items. Yes, Pamela. Yeah, no, eggs is really good against Necrophos. Yeah, like you, man. Ha 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 ha. Rajesh, you feel smart, right? Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, you know, Geary, one day when you have half second to press BKB to dodge Ravage, and someone says to you, you're gonna be like, oh. So don't fucking act toxic, okay, Geary? Consider that your last and final warning. And this guy, man, you don't know how to make friends. Yeah, he was the one who made the comment earlier. He was like, what was it? I lost last game. I was like 0-9 as Lion. I'm a support, right? And he's like, oh yeah, you're fucking bad, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, if I'm fucking bad, I'm immortal, and you're lower than me. What does that make you, right? He couldn't say anything. And then and in this game, he's like, you're gonna lose. And then finally, as I was losing that game, he's like, I told you so. Fuck out of here. Learn how to make friends. Yeah, Rajesh, you're one small toxic comment away from being banned. Thanks, Addy. Yeah, I think outdraft. Oh, Steam's still down. You know, Tayfun, like, it's not about the game, it's about the people, right? It's very easy to say something like that, and you're right. But I mean, who here out of all of us have never gotten angry playing Dota 2, right? It's just natural consequence of playing the game. Good job, Doctor. Alright. Thank you, Noel, for your positive comment. You're right. Hey, when it says, like, when the abandon disappears in the bottom right corner, can someone let me know? Because I'm not always watching it. I don't have my Dota 2 screen up. But if you guys let me know, then I can queue right away. Pick last counter the enemy's heroes. Well, obviously. I mean, if you knew your opponents are going to pick Charmander, you're going to pick Squirtle, right? If I watch WWE, I don't. Why nowadays Ursus doesn't need lifesteal? So, Herdian, I understand what a lot of Dota 2 players think when they think of Ursa, right? Like, a lot of, like, newer players, or, like, you know, Herald, Guardian, Crusader level, they discover that Ursa can buy lifesteal, and they're like, Ursa can buy lifesteal, and then he can do Roshan. And then it's just like this mind-blowing fact, right? But I gotta tell you, at Divine Immortal, everyone fucking knows that, right? Like, it's just so obvious, right? Like, oh, Ursa is a hero who can do Roshan very easily. Oh. So the moment you go missing, people just assume that you do Roshan, and then they run towards Roshan. Now, you can strategically play that to your advantage, and sometimes you just disappear off the map, and then they run towards Roshan, and you're not even there. But at Divine Immortal, it's not so much about the easy Roshan. I mean, it doesn't... The Morbid Mass, it doesn't increase your speed of doing Roshan, right? I mean, with or without it, you'd probably take it in, like, what? 20 seconds either way, right? At Divine Immortal, it's all about having the opportunity or the space to even attempt to do it. Anyways, if I want to do Roshan, like in that last game, I just asked one teammate to come with me. I'm like, okay, Winter Wyvern, can you come? Like, I just need you to tank just a little bit, right? It doesn't matter who it is. It could have been any hero in the game. So it's more about having the opportunity to do it. Anyways, you can also think about it this way. So games are won and lost over team fights, right? Especially at my bracket. So even if I had Morbid Mask, right? So picture this. So let's say that in a team fight, I managed to steal an extra 300 HP, right? I have 2000 HP. Let's say I steal 300 HP. Do you really think that extra 300 HP would make any difference? I don't think so. What's more important in that game is just fucking killing one of them, man. Like, I just want to get Abyssal Blade, and I want to lock that person down and then kill them. That's all I want to do. It was really hard. They were so good at fucking Heaven's Halberd, Forest Staff, Tide, Ravage, Dazzle with Forest Staff, Spirit Breaker. You know, it's just really hard, man. So it's not about the lifesteal. Really not that important. But if you're fighting really long fights, so let's say that you're fighting Venomancer or Alchemist or something like that, these are really long fights where you have the opportunity to just keep building up stacks, then maybe lifesteal's good. Did I buy a PA Arcana? No. Pop is good at ganking. Scary hero when missing. That's right, Andre. Yeah, today we lost 2 games and won 1 game. The one game I lost, man, I was playing against Madara's Smurf, dude. That's right, Dandy. You know, when you're winning a game, it's very easy to be PMA, right? But let's be real here, guys. The true test of PMA is when people are losing, right? Yeah, I mean, like, you're winning a game, you're like, oh, good job, everyone. Yeah, we get MMR, blah, 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 right? But when you're losing, that's when the fucking toxicity, the shit out of people's personality comes out, right? So when I start losing, I know who my real fans are and who I should get fucking kick out of my stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, Nullifier might have been the item there. Yeah, it doesn't get to me, man. How many stuns should the team have total? I don't think that's a very good question. I mean, for what purpose, you know? And even then, it's completely subjective. Who's my favorite hero? Juggernaut. Excuse me? Bao, who are you talking to? Let me know who you're talking about, okay? Hi, Cash. I'm good. How are you? Hi, President. Hey, Tundra, I need you to stop trying to calm me down, okay? Last comment from you trying to calm me down. I fucking hate it when people do that. Thanks, dude. Earlier, my team was up for a Battle Cup final match. When the same error happened, we couldn't find a match. We placed automatic second. Oh, that sucks, dude. You could have paid attention to the refresher orb instead of Ravage cast animation. Yeah, I mean, if I have a time machine or I could slow down time. I didn't even know that he has refresher orb, man. Maybe you did, but not everyone remembers everything. I forgot that was the third Roshan. Did you have that in mind, that was the third Roshan? I mean, once again, it's very easy to say that, right? And remember, there's no cast time for refresher orb, so he just pressed refresher orb and he instantly cast, man. So, you know, once again, you know, you guys are pointing out stuff like, oh, yo, you could have done that. Yeah, I could have done a lot of things, you know? The fuck? That's right, Sahil. You know, Logan, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the general goal of life, right? Is to be happy, have fun, right? But that doesn't stop you from getting upset sometimes, right? It is futile to get mad, but that's just being human. Same thing. Yeah, 2 loss streak. You can still play offline. Have default auto attack settings. Counter PO magical burst or monkey king bar. Hi, Siraj. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter if I abandon the game. I mean, the moment this disappears, that means we can queue. So it doesn't really matter. Pamela, glad you like the mug. Yeah, Red Day. Also, Artita, remember, stop backseat gaming, okay? Yeah, no, I have a lot of water because I just sit here, right, for hours and hours streaming for you guys. Hey, Ramat, I don't know what to say to you. I think you should watch your own replays. And I can't really tell you what to do because, like, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses, right? I don't know what your strengths and weaknesses are. Some people are good at last hitting, some people are good at map awareness, some people are good at warding, some people are good at drafting, some people are good at shot calling, right? I don't know what your problem is. Yeah, I agree with this, Kyle. Yep. Did you read Dota 2 work at you? I don't understand what this means at all. Does anybody? Oh, you're missing an apostrophe. Did your Dota 2 work at? No, my Dota 2 doesn't work. What were you playing? I was playing Ursa in the game of Dota 2. Yeah, their lineup was so good. Yes. I have no idea. Have I watched any international? Yes, many. Hi. Hi. Bunch of people from our university put together a Dota game of Ancient to Immortal players against Archon Legend players. Ancient Immortal team was 20k ahead by 15 minutes. Game ended in 25. Very. That doesn't surprise me. But MMR is just a number, right, guys? Hey, man, I'm okay. How are you? Yes, I went to the one in Vancouver. Good job, Pamela. Why you didn't use the basher? Because when I use the basher, I'm trying to accomplish something. Usually when I use basher, I'm trying to save someone, or I'm trying to kill someone, right? I didn't see any opportunities at all. Like, yeah, I mean, you could argue like, oh yeah, well, you didn't use Basher at all. Yeah, I didn't, because even if I did, what would the result be? Nothing would change, right? Like, you don't just stun because you can, right? You stun for a purpose. And obviously, if you're gonna die anyways, you might as well use it, right? But you don't go into a fight on planning on dying or losing the fight, right? You plan on winning the fight however you can. Favorite Dota 2 players, Eternal Envy? Hi, Khan. Just started watching a game, so you don't know anything. Well, welcome. I'm not really interested in being a pro player. I agree with this. I don't play Battle Cup. Glad you like how I play games. I don't think it's gonna help. Yeah, you're probably right, Choppy Locks, but I'm a streamer. I try to read as many comments as I can. Thanks, Benit. Yeah, you did, Lulu. Happens when I lose games, right? When I start losing games, all the assholes come out. What do I do if I'm not streaming? I shit, I sleep, I eat, I work out, I jerk off, you know, regular stuff. Well, hero can counter Juggernaut, Ursa. This is also true. Yeah, right. Fucking smart people. Hi, DJ. Hi, Dev. Long time no see. Hi, Port Gas. Your keyboard blue switch? I don't know. My keyboard's in the description of stream, though. If entire team is dead with almost exact time, carry, tank, or support have to buy back first? It depends, man. Like, I mean, if you're defending your barracks, right? It's so... That's really hard to say, man. Like, because some heroes, like, are not good at defending the base, right? Like, you buy back and then it does nothing. Like, you buy back on PA, and... I don't know, like... What's a hero that's really good at shitty at defending the base? Like Nyx Assassin, you buy back on Nyx Assassin, then what, right? He doesn't really do shit. Whereas if you buy back on Tusk or Elder Titan or Earthshaker, they're really good at defending the base, right? There are certain cores that are not very good at defending it well. Like Necrophos, not very good at defending the base. Zeus, Lina, very good at defending the base, right? So I cannot answer your question because it's extremely situational. You can't just like make it black and white like that. Do I have siblings? Yep. Is Dota working? No. Hi, Kens. I have 75 down, 15 up. Too much competition on Twitch. I do use Quickcast. Depends on the hero. You didn't have the internet? Where'd you go? That's right, Kratos. Oh yeah, you're alone. Like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if you're a herald or you're a guardian or a crusader or something like that, right? Well, I mean, like, you agree with me, right? Like, okay, so Archons, last hit, have higher GPM, XPM than heralds. They have more building damage, they have more hero damage, they're basically better in every single metric, but they're still not better? And also, like, the people who say, like, oh, MMR is just a number, right? Okay, so what's a better metric for rating skill? You know? Go ahead and answer that one, right? Dave, yes there is. They're mostly 2K people. Yeah, that's right. Underwhelming? Excuse me, he has wall and vacuum? It's pretty powerful. That's right, Pamela. On Steam's done, you play League of Legends. Get out of here, Wentz. If his ult is down. Oh, okay, so if a hero who doesn't have abilities is underwhelming? Gotcha. How to blink proof combo on Meepo. I think you can YouTube this. There's so many videos. How to increase last hit for ranged hero. I think you get closer to the creep. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I mean, obviously you want as much damage as possible, but...
Traxxas here.
Oh, Mr. Ferry, thanks, man.
Cheer up, Blue.
Very well.
I appreciate it, buddy. So I mean, you could last hit from over here, but it's just kind of difficult.
I shall nip my enemies.
Right, it's just kind of difficult because there's that projectile, right? But if you just get really close, it's a lot easier.
So be it.
Yeah, a lot easier. You also have to cancel your attack animation. Like, watch my draw. You see how, like, she just moves her arm like that? That's because I'm attacking my... I'm canceling my attack animation. So you can prime it up. Get close. Look at that.
Your fate.
That's basically it.
Traxxas.
I teach in a college, so I'm setting myself up there, so the apartment didn't have internet. I had to sell that down. Oh, that sucks. Who do you support in T-Series versus PewDiePie? Well, I mean, it's basically Indians versus everyone else, right? I mean, besides Indian people, who really supports T-Series? Or whoever speaks the Indian language? It's called Hindi? Is that what it's called? Right? But there are a lot of Indian people. Let's open up a memoir. What broken Dota spells do you remember from the past? I remember Pudge Noto and getting strength stack from all creep kills. He got crazy high HP. My memory's too shit. It's just too much, you know. Baden's very good. He just spams misquote nowadays. Longest match, about 90 minutes. Hi, Sahil. Being a support must have very too good emotional patience. Oh, patient. Patience. Thanks, Dev.
Have a beautiful day, Blue grinning face.
I appreciate that, man. I will. You have a good day as well. Are you going to be here for a while? I can do a hero request for you. Why am I not in a game? Dota 2's down. If I'm a newbie in Dota 2, what should I do to get better rank? GPM stats? Because I really don't know. Man, just play the game. Just play the game, dude. Or you can watch some pro replays or something. Yes, I wish I could. Yes, I play Invoker on my Smurf. Somehow MR is the only way to determine skill right now. I was just trying to say that the game feel from Crusader to Legend is pretty the same. Carries can't farm. Oh, Kratos, remember. We proved it statistically that as you go up, people get better at last hitting. Man, I would stick to statistics if I were you rather than feelings and anecdotal evidence, you know what I mean? Use the scientific method, my friend. Which item is good for support for start? Wand. Boots. Hi, Bill. Hi, Saliman. GG Butterfly. I support Peds, though Bro Fist T-Series have real bad past and shit about them. Does restarting Dota help? I do not think so. Maybe they did. I mean, it's smart marketing advice, right? How to use this attack stop animation, please explain. Well, I use a hotkey called hold. Where is it? Hold position. So I just press H. You can bind this to whatever you want. Some people use S. I think it's S by default. I think there's also a stop button, right? No, it's just this button right here. Supports don't do their job, but I'll leave it there. Have fun in your games. Good luck. Okay. I think as you go higher up in MMR, people spend more on support stuff, man. That's right, Sahil. It's happening in everyone. Hey, Bill. $20 US per hour for coaching. And I understand that 90% of you guys think that's too expensive, but for someone who lives in Canada, that's not that much money. Sounds good, Dev. Hi, Forev. Yo, Valdo, welcome back. How's Jakarta? Why you call other people toxic? Because they act toxic? I don't know how you want me to answer this question. Which carry can take the game if mid is wrecked in early game? Which carry can take the game if mid is wrecked in early game? So you're asking me what are the strongest late game carries? Spectre, Void, Terrorblade, PL, Medusa? You're gonna be really mad you don't get out of low priority? Perhaps because you get really mad so easily, that's why you're in low priority.
Smoke weed every day.
Which do you prefer, position 4, Sand King or Nyx? Nyx. Riz poll? Nah, I don't really want to upload videos, man. I just live stream, that's it. I do not remember this. Why no reconnect? Because it doesn't make a difference. So where are they getting all their subs from? I mean, it's just Indian music or videos or whatever, right? I mean, besides people who speak Hindi, who else cares? Hi, Sid. Hi, Fajar. Oh, where are we? I guess we might get new hero today. Alright, man. Are you willing to bet money on that? I will bet you $1,000 that we will not get a new hero today. Your micro sucks ass? Well, that sucks ass. Nah, man, I don't play brew. We are not toxic, just let you know with you play problem. Do you think that... I don't know how many people are watching. Let's say there's 200 or 300 people watching right now, right? Do you think that every single one of you is some fucking rainbow shitting unicorn that is a fucking perfect angel? I'm not saying that all of you guys are toxic, but you can't disagree that some of you guys are toxic shits, right? Did I say that you were toxic, man? What the fuck? How do you make assumptions like that? Jesus. And also, like, some of you guys, like... Yeah, you let me know my playing problem, right? Okay. So, as an example, right? Here, let's scroll up, okay? So, Todd used Refresher, and then he used Ravage, right? And what did some of you guys say? Let's have a look. Okay, I can't screw up that far. Anyways, some of you guys are like, oh my god, so bad. Use BKB. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that I'm supposed to use BKB. You guys are also fucking smart. It's kind of like when Miranda arrows or Pudge hooks, right? And then somebody says, hey, you should have hit that hook. You should have hit that arrow. Oh, really? Thank you so much. You see how it's just not even helpful? It's actually just toxic. Like I said, some of you guys are toxic. And you think you're so smart. I mean, this is why we have these comics, right? Oh, so bad. You should have used BKB. Oh, really? Man, you're so fucking smart. Like I said, you know, like, not everyone here is toxic, but some of you guys are. That's the truth, okay? I'm not saying everyone is. I didn't say that you were.
Cheer up, Blue. Cheer up, Blue. Love from Malaysia.
Thanks, Mr. Farid. I'm more toxic? Hey, Forev. Okay, explain this to me, Forev. How am I more toxic? Okay. And before we do that, go ahead. How am I more toxic? And I've never been in low priority. I'm gonna wait for your answer, okay? So answer the question. Alright? Jesus Christ, some kids are so fucking dumb. Wait, I did show the screen just now, right? I did show that, right? And also your comment for Rev, that you know what you're saying? You're saying, hey man, I should have the right to say what I want. Yeah, you have the right to say what I want, and I have the right to kick you out. Like, you're the kind of person who's like, I say what I want, I don't care how other people feel. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and reply to me. I'm waiting for your answer. Fucking kids, guys. Jesus. I know people in my family, my dad and his generation, they have followed T-Series because they play devout songs in the morning through Utah. Okay. I played lots of Warcraft 3 ladder back then, and Nubian Assassin was actually my favorite hero. Oh. Hey Johnny, guess which one I like?
Smoke weed every day.
I had a lot of problem playing undead people. The undead race, I should say. Yeah, I don't really care about it either. I think it's mostly kids, like teenagers who are like, "Oh, PewDiePie T-Series, oh my god, such an epic battle with all these subscriber numbers going up," and I'm like, I care why? You know, like, I don't give a shit. You know, like. How do you win 3 KMR? Watch your replays. Why is Dota 2 down? And ask Gaben. You live in England? Cool, man. How's England? Yeah, I think S is default, but I use H. It's from Warcraft 3. Good job, Sahil. Yeah, everyone's getting this. I was playing Dota again this week, and it's so toxic. Yeah. People like, where is he? Right here. I'm not toxic, you're toxic. Okay, man. What do you do when you're not playing? I actually jerk off lots. I sleep and I shit. Sometimes I need on Sand King. It depends on the game. Just like everything else in Dota 2. Oh! Is that the sound of... I got you baited. We got you baited. My MMR is 5.7k. Oh, is he another content producer? What hero counters Monkey King, Razor, Bat Rider? You have a girlfriend? Yep. Hey, Geary, remember, no more toxic comments, okay, Geary? Alright, understood? Why does Jug always suck in late game against PA? I don't think he does. I think he does just fine against PA. You just have to be really good at using your healing ward and don't use Omni Slash. Actually, no, PA's like quite good against Jug. PA can disjoint Omni Slash with both Blink and Blur. So that's quite difficult for Jug. It's just the design of the hero, you know. But I think if you really have really good healing ward control, yeah, you can do okay. Oh, let's see where this is going. Hi, Ricardo. Welcome back, Prince Dean. Makes sense. Good job, Sahil. Yo, Mini Snipe. Hi, Shuban. Do you agree with macro on mouse extra buttons? Macro? You're not supposed to use macros in Dota 2, dude. I don't know what this means. He must have said something really dumb, huh? You can boost your subs by uploading some videos. Yeah, I agree with that, but... I mean, how many subs for what kind of video, you know? Have you ever gotten wrecked at mid and you come to jungle, but you still win the game? Yes. Okay. This guy must be really dumb. If I TBD and that's a new account, what is the maximum? 3.5k. Lots of comments, guys. Thanks for all the comments. Because asshole is a toxic word. Hey! What the hell is this guy talking about? Back 4 DPI switch scroll. Oh, do I think those buttons are important? I just use left click and right click on my mouse. That's it, man. Yeah, I think I tried to use the scroll mouse wheel thingy, but I just don't like to use that button. And there's the side buttons, but oh wait, do I use the side? Yeah, I don't really use like the side buttons. I just use left and right click. Keep it simple. How long I can play Dota? Until you can play Dota? I don't know, man. Nobody knows the answers to your question. And how long can you play Dota? You play as long as you like. Dota's down. Nah, don't worry about it, Noel. We got rid of the trash. Yeah, I remember. So when you first came here, you were quite the rude little shit as well. Okay, man, you just keep spamming and demanding attention. Yo, Frost Dragon. You're a sound god. Oh, good job, Kyle. 20 hours? Is that what happened? Oh yeah, there you go. Congratulations. Try to use it appropriately, okay? Oh, can I? Oh, I don't know. No. Dota 2 still down. Strongest hero in Dota 2 at the moment. Hey, Bill, I think you just go to dotabuff.com and see win rates. Fuck your Blade Master. Hey! Hello. I should add plus 18 in the title so the kids would hesitate. Hey, Jeffrey James, that would entice kids to watch more. I don't think we're going to do that. Hey, Ashraf, you can also donate using credit card or PayPal. This guy must be really, really dumb. Are you from Dubai? Good night, Farid. I really appreciate the donations today. Servers are busy till tomorrow. Oh yeah, I don't have to work for the rest of the day. Do you think skateboarders are cool or annoying? I don't have any opinion on them. Morning, Uvice. Hi, Xiaomiko. Didn't you say hi earlier? And I said hi to you. You don't need to say it twice, okay? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Oh, this guy's begging? Someone's begging? Half-Life 3? Hi, Sharma. Right, we got a beggar here. How does it feel to be a beggar? Do you think that anyone's actually gonna give you items? I listen to all sorts of stuff. Lots of K-pop. Hi, JT. How you doing? Hey, Adrian. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna do anything. It'll come up when it comes up. Hey, Marius. I would go to dotabuff.com and I would check the highest win rates. But I think Dazzle's got a really high win rate. Come on, man. There's kids here. Just waiting for a Dota 2 game coordinator to come up, Sharma. Alliance just gave me 1060. What? Who? What? Why? Why does anyone care? Coordinator's down. Sniper magic build. I think I saw a YouTube video about that the other day. I'm sure it's extremely highly situational. How does it feel to beg for attention? And by the way, no one cares. I mean, you could just talk like a normal person, like, hey guys, how's it going? Or something like that, but you just choose to say something really attention-grabbing. It's sad, man. ROA. What is ROA now? Rod of Atos? Yeah, right. It used to be Ring of Aquila. Some pro tips. So you just build these items blindly? On any hero? I use OBS. A second app? I don't know what you mean by second app. Hello, Agar. Hey, Russian guy. Thanks for being my fan. Oh, he comes here begging and he expects to get items? Oh my god. I don't really play too many other games, Velda. I think it's unethical, but I don't know about this. Frost Dragon, there are YouTube videos that you can search to explain you how to do it. I'm not a good Meeple player, so I cannot explain it. Would I agree that Valve is over-developing Dota? I don't know what you mean by that. Are you saying that Valve should put less time and resources into developing Dota? In improving it? I would think that improving something is always good. I don't think that's gonna do anything. It's not the end. We're waiting for a coordinator. Hi, Prina. Thanks. How many games of Dota have I played? Hey, Insane Bot, this is for you. Oops.
It's over 9,000!
How to play Meeple well? I am not a Meeple player. You should ask Gaben. Oh yeah, actually, my taunt button is the side button, side mouse button. I forgot. Bring back one thing from Dota 1. What would it be? I don't think I would bring back anything. I think Dota 2 is superior in every single way. So nothing. I don't add people I don't know. You're my #1 fan? Well, Lulu Chan has close to 1,000 hours of watch time. Can you do me a favor? Could you type in !points? To see, so we can see how many hours of watch time you have, to see how much of a #1 fan you are. Hey, Insane Bot, I've never hit 7K or 8K, but I guess their decision making and their foresight is just way better. I like to play Jug, but I win more games with Ursa. Shit, the right word? Hello? Thanks, Noel, I'll try. WNN, thanks for subscribing. Okay, Sahel, of course. Sorry to hear that, Ramat. Hi. You're on Finding Match now? Okay, you know what? Let's try it. I don't have much. Oh wait, Dota 2 game coordinator is back up, I think. Hey, see, you don't have to restart. Finally, Jesus. Dude. Can I play Borderlands a little bit? Hi, Bluespan. Hi, Vincent. See, I told you guys you don't have to restart Dota 2. Okay, I gotta play this game, guys. That was a quick queue. Yeah, everyone probably just queue at the same time. Isn't this the BB? Oh my god. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna ban BB.
5 seconds left.
I don't want to deal with this BB.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
BB get banned? Oh nice, now he can't play it. He's like, fuck it, I play AA. Hero request for donation. How to donate. WNN, thanks for considering it. Here you go, follow these instructions from the blue bot.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Drama Battalion.
Sometimes it gets hard trying to reach my goal.
10 seconds.
Sometimes I pretend
5 seconds left.
Holy shit.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Alright, I just played Jug. Oh man, saving the support pick, huh? Oh, wait. Oh, Enigma's 4. I don't stream on Twitch, WNN. Did I get points out for the last game? Does anyone remember?
When I hit that mic, I gain control, speaking purely through my soul. When my mind's in overload, for so long I was cold. I mean, my heart was froze, trembling emotions. How the fuck was I supposed to grow? But how the fuck were they supposed to know that my ambitions had me dissing? Those creating distance from me and my goals. I was so bitter, feeling like I was the run of the litter, but now I deliver like Domino's dinner. Go call me whatever, but can't call me quitter. I'm stuck in my work.
I don't play Spectre anymore. It's too weak. Oh my god, he picked Spectre in the jug. Wow. I think this guy's really toxic. Oh yes, yeah, I have him muted.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Points we're not giving? Okay.
Yeah.
Winner one. Okay, you guys have 7 minutes to bet on this game. Thanks, man, for supporting my channel.
Screaming what the hell I gotta do, where the hell I gotta take it just to get it through to you. Switching states, constant moves, I even been switching crews. That's the way it happened, but it's not what I wanted to do. Remember talking about the top, talking how we make it, earthquaking when we hit the ground to the
Glad you guys like the jig set. I don't know what the cost is. Changes every day, right? I didn't buy it either, so. Now me, thanks for subscribing.
Juggernaut. Already moving. It's in the bag.
Thanks, Luda. Zeros win. Music is rap playlist. Am I boosting someone's account? What makes you think I'm boosting someone's account? Lowest MMR 4.3k. Here's my calibrated MMR. Hi, Hitler.
You cannot hide.
Do I play on rank rolls? No. Q takes too long. Thanks, Russian guy, for liking the streams. Do I go phase boots or do I go power treads, Chris?
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Power treads, phase boots, power treads, phase. If you spoke English, I would respect you. Oh, Jesus. Jeez.
Just remember, you got a job to do.
The time is upon us.
I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close. Now I'm gonna need a lot more than that. So that's today I'll tip my cap. Seen the type of cats you working with. No, it ain't been working, sinking ship. All the songs been boring since the hit. Got the whole work snoring on your pitch. Just saved y'all time, ain't that a bitch? Living viral overnight. One night stand gone before the
Jesus.
when y'all can finally get the
They're really annoying, huh?
the candles lit, no wax for burning. They ain't here for longevity. Zero integrity. Gotta be kidding me. Hits I got 70. I'm on the mezzanine looking down on it like damn. That shit came with a plan. If you sign me, sign the whole team.
Thanks, WNN. Yeah, wow, dude. Yeah, you actually did donate. A lot of people say they donate, but then they never donate. Really appreciate that.
What power
Why would I have to return the ring? Maybe I'll jump to the third, cause now it's return of the king. This is on purpose. I swear I'm planning out everything. I'm a step ahead, put the talk to bed.
So you say.
Planets in my head. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show.
Your death
Who's pulling the
approaches.
strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody.
Time to
In
die.
the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even closed. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling the strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no
We
Geppetto,
knew this
I'm on
time
my
would
own.
come.
I came in knowing
No
nobody.
retreat.
Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even closed.
Yeah. It's a battle. Bandit fight. Our blade hungers. Yes. Yes. You get nothing. We fight. A fine idea.
Oh man, so annoying. Wow, I missed that.
No less than we deserve. We go. Battle call.
Seriously? You're gonna use that ability with the healing word? Right in front of you? What a waste.
Your death approaches.
Fuck, man.
It's
So
almost
annoying.
time. As you fall before us.
Oh man. Only had boots.
On it. We bring our blade.
First blood!
Good job, man. Good thing I banned BB. Oh shit.
No retreat.
I don't have any tangos left, sorry.
That's okay. I got 2 mangoes coming and I'm gonna put down healing word.
Alright.
Swiftly now.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Attack. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Tiny totally got him killed.
You just killed him.
Debated.
I'm gonna go back for mana.
Okay. The runes are almost up though.
Oh yeah, I'll stay around for that. Won't be able to do much though.
As you wish. Yes. We're under attack. Yeah.
Hey, you want a shrine? We can just shrine.
Yeah.
You want a shrine, Viper?
We go. Onward.
Oh, he's saying end. Probably doesn't mean it.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Oh man, Jesus.
We bring our blade. As you wish.
I don't have mana for cold trees.
That's fine.
Yes.
I got phase now.
Yeah. Run if you can. On it. So you
No. Okay.
not yet. Okay.
Oh.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
We fight. Yes. We bring our blade. At last.
He just won, dude.
Of course, that took away my clarity.
As you wish. Not yet. What coward runs?
You know, I feel kind of bad that I banned his favorite hero. He's kind of a nice guy. My man, I don't know, like the last 2 games, you just didn't do that well. Oh, I actually don't have mana for spin. Oh, there you go, thanks.
Yeah.
Very well.
Hmm.
The dragon's gaze finds you. Yeah.
How much mana does Tiny have?
Your death approaches. As you wish. To battle.
That was unfortunate that I had to waste my spin there just to survive.
Onward.
Doom now.
Yep.
You even watching your top tower?
Yeah, enough mana?
Yes.
Whoops.
Yes. At last. Battle call. As you wish. Agreed. It is not time. Coming through. Bounty. Yes. So you say.
He's gonna dive me.
Okay. He has enough mana for Doom. Oh, you have Black Hole, huh?
It is not time. Yeah. We're not ready. We go. We fight. We'll take that as tribute.
Oh, he might have got him.
On it. Already moving.
Doom has Doom.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh man, I should have TV'd slightly earlier.
A fine idea. Not yet.
Hi Jody. Hi Andreas.
Bring us another. Very well.
The top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Time to die.
Rubik TP'd bottom, Kara.
Yes. We go.
Wasted Doom.
Very well.
The top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad column.
Forward.
Dire structures are fortified. The top tower is under attack.
I still have Omni Slash.
Okay. Swiftly now. Very well.
That guy's so fucking dead.
We had hoped your name was misleading. We fight.
Man, Toxic Rubik.
Sorry.
Yes.
Tiny TP bottom tier 1. I still have Omni Slash.
Yes.
I have Omni Slash. Nice job.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Not yet. Yeah.
They have vision somewhere around there.
As you wish.
Oh my god. Save me. I have a healing word. We can save the Viper. Viper's not dead. Alright, now he's dead. Whoa.
Double kill. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Our blade hungers. I'll take your blade.
Oh shit. I have another healing ward. We can keep going.
Your bottom tower's kinda bad. The enemy's top tower is falling. I couldn't have done it better myself.
Wait on courier.
Yeah, well, probably. Fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, Enigma, I can save you. I have a healing word. How Oni slash in 10?
Double kill.
Yeah.
I have Omni Slash. Oh man. Oh dude. Your mech. Only if I had my items there, I would survive that. One more click. Oh shit. Was Rubik mid? It's okay, man. I gotta pee again, fuck. Give me one minute, guys.
I gotta do to become famous. And put my niggas in a position where they can make it. I let my niggas know I got them if they knees on, knees on, knees on, knees. I let my motherfucking niggas know I got them if they ever knees on, knees on, knees on. I let my motherfucking niggas know. These niggas love to procrastinate and proposition women. The problem is promiscuity protruded through your vision. I'm consistent with the effort that never affect my ethics. Immortalizing myself on the record for your impression. Confessing I got the mind of a man and impressive adolescent. Convalescent, conversated, contemplated through the lesson. And second infectious connection for your conception. A blessing when I'm injecting, progressing within this section. I've been at it for a year and a half, staying committed. I swear that I'll never quit it. Convincing through my convictions with the lyricism. A passion for writing poetry. I guess a conscious flow is the reason I never noticed me. Supposedly these niggas be working. I really doubt it. They clouded the game with impetus and nothing new is interesting. It's like they sell a pussy prostitute in the music industry. And that's the type of shit that you niggas wanna hit seriously? I've been staring at the pages where the pain is. Nigga, what the fuck do I gotta do to become famous? And put my niggas in a position where they can make it. I let my niggas know I got them if they knees on, knees on, knees on, knees. I let my motherfucking niggas know I got them if they ever knees on, knees on, knees on. I let my motherfucking niggas know.
Yo, yeah. Yo, you don't know what I'm going through. You don't know what I've been through. Hustling is what I had to do to make sure that I have food. Making sure that we get paid for all the shows that we play. And everybody's
maybe I should have got drums. It's okay. Not a big deal.
I gotta pay the bills. Lights down, this is my show. Center stage, I'm in the front row. Promoters booking for the low. Real life,
okay, where?
I don't know where to go. So it's time that I quit my job, and I think it's time for me to hit the road.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Where's that comic that I had?
Get over there. The bottom tower has fallen.
Sound about right?
Strength is ours. It's an honor. Time to die.
Why are there so many people top?
It's a battle. Not yet. It is not time. Fall before.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
As you wish.
Other people that said I was crazy. What's up?
We're not ready. The fruits of course. Not yet. We were not ready. Not yet. A fine idea.
Tower has fallen.
It is not time.
Ah, good team. It's gonna be a rune in a sec.
Yeah.
English only, please.
The top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Are you even watching your top tower? Your top tower is under attack.
Spec is hot.
The top tower needs some help. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Dire structures are fortified.
Hi, Ryan.
As you wish. Already moving.
The top tower needs some help.
Wow, they defended that. Jesus. Okay.
Look at that! Your middle tower just got denied.
A fine idea. Stand and fight. Swiftly now. Not yet. Onward.
Coming right now. What the fuck? There's a Rubik here.
We're not ready. Okay.
Ah. Yeah, I should have spun either way, I guess. Viper, shut up, man. He canceled, dude.
Mega kill!
Oh man, just getting caught one after the other.
Unstoppable!
See, the true test of PMA is when you're losing a game.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Should I be going behind these guys to kill them? I don't think so. Nah, even if they're low, it's just a debate.
You gotta do something about it or just sit there looking funny. Your middle tower has fallen.
What power runs? Your death will be back. We become more as one. Our blade hungers. Not yet. We bring our blade. It is not time. As you wish. The Juggernaut's power is doubled. The dragon.
Your bottom tower's kinda bad.
There's a shrine, Viper. There's a shrine. I have another healing word. Go right back in. Oh my god. I really wish I had a TP there. Wait, I don't have buyback now? Oh shit. Oh, no, I kind of have it.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
The middle barracks are looking shaky.
Care, they might still be here, okay?
Our blade hungers.
You get to the highest point of your life, where you feel like you're on top of the world.
It is not time. Yes. Attack. On it.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on.
No retreat.
Sweater, Kyle.
We go. It is not time. Yes. Not yet. Ours. We fight.
I need to know where Doom is. Doom is the one who can kill me.
Onward.
Where is Doom? This is not good, man.
Double kill. Top tower is under attack. This is one of the games in the back.
We lost. We actually just lost this game. And yeah, Rubik's a smurf. No, our early game push was good, but then we just made all of these mistakes.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong.
Oh, for sure, Dota. Like, remember, like, at level 1, everyone has the same strength, right? But supports dictate pretty much all of the early and most of mid game. Late game, it's all carries though. But no, the early mid game is way more important than late game. We can still win this game though. I'm really underfarmed though.
Not yet. The dragon's gaze finds you. Okay.
See all that bullshit, everything going through.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Agreed. It is not time.
The bottom side is under attack.
Mjolnir is great against Spectre. Spectre has Dispersion, right? Dispersion is an AoE attack. Every time you get hit by Dispersion... Oh, I shouldn't say that. Oh my god, I blocked it. Every time when you get hit by Dispersion, it procs Mjolnir's active. Also, Spectre went Mantis style, so the AoE damage helps. Trust me, I played tons of Spectre. Spectre hates Mjolnir.
Bottom shrine has fallen.
Battle call.
Yeah, Giddy, no toxic, right?
It's an honor.
Yeah, you fucking buyback. Rubik has Omni Slash, I think. Oh, it is a Viper.
Not yet. Your death approaches. On it. We bring our blade.
Yeah.
The dragon's gaze flies. A fine idea. We're not ready. Mjolnir. To battle. We're not ready. We fight. Illusion.
Can we? Are we able to do Roshan?
At last. Our blade hungers. What coward runs? Bandit fight.
There's gonna be cheese too, okay? And grab the cheese.
We bring our blade. Yeah.
Dragons? Where did you? What the? What? Why did they stop following me? Odd.
As you wish. We go. Strength is ours. Already moving. Time to die.
They have vision. Somewhere around there.
Of course.
Yeah, I guess there's ward in front of the tower. Or very close to in front of the tower.
Swiftly now. Of course.
Was there?
Yes.
Link up there.
Bring us another. Battle call. It is not time. Your death approaches. You cannot hide. As you wish. Uh-huh. Yes. Forward.
Hey, we can bait this rune here.
As you wish. We rely not upon fortune.
Oh, they're going on me. Why are we so fucking weak? Are you fucking kidding me, man? We're so fucking weak. Yeah, this Rubik is just shitting all over us.
What battle is hardly the war?
Well, you know, to be fair, Rubik got 10th pick. Rubik got 10th pick of the game.
We're not ready.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be crispy magic. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
To battle.
We got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower's under attack.
Okay. Run if you can. We fight.
I don't know what to do, man. I think this game's over. We don't have enough farm. I don't have enough farm.
It's an honor. We go. Yeah. It is not time. Of course. It's an honor. Battle call.
Oh my god. Oh man, I was just... my bad.
What tower runs? Very well. Swiftly.
Can't do shit, man. Nah, we're so behind in farm. We can't compete with them. Invoker Immortal. I don't think I really have any Invoker at the same Dota.
The bottom barracks is fallen. Oh, I see. He's under attack. This is absolutely how you lose the game.
Nah, we took some really bad fights mid game. Hey, small set, I can play those heroes in an unranked game. Unless Drow goes really well in for the team composition in one of these games. I'm not gonna report Viper. I think he was toxic, but he wasn't like terrible, you know. I think Rubik was mid. Played so well, dude.
Whose ban is it? Oh, yours!
Oh no, you're not playing Kiri.
5 seconds left!
This fucking guy's really whiny and toxic.
Your pick now. Meepo. Your pick. Huh? This is where you win or lose.
You just want assassin. You don't want my heart.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Pick.
Didn't call the diggers hotline.
Tiny. Is that the same Tiny from last game? He was really, yeah, Genie? No, he was the Sand King from last game. Last game's Tiny, his name is Lou. Actually, this is an important question. This guy might be a Smurf. He only has like 1,500 games. Does it count?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Ten seconds. 5 seconds left.
Pick something.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Initial, it says rank 1047, rank 1672. Do you know the definition of the word rank?
pit now. Meepo! What? Huh?
RAZER. It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle! Yes.
Attack!
I'm about to ban you. I am now the offlane RAZER. Three minutes, please. Well, play for what? Hey Nam Dota, did you want to play some party games later? I'm lagging?
It's in the bag.
Longest prediction streak? Something like 30 or 40. Which draft is better in my opinion? I think their draft is better. So how's that related to Meepo $10? A 5-stack. Johnny, you want to play some games later? Sure, I can show you my video settings. There you go. Hi, Mr. Meme. Do I play chess? Nope. Do we get cash back if you lose to requested hero? Why would you get cash back? When you go to a movie and you don't like the movie, do you get your money back? Why do I keep my shadow settings at high and not ultra? I like frames per second. Thanks, Dev. Appreciate your positivity. PC specs in the description of stream. Hi Hardy, thanks for watching my stream until the morning. Thanks Khalil. Oh, Morphling, come back. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Aren't I tired? Tired from what? It's like 11 AM here. Asus or Acer?
My lightning
I
strike.
think Aces is more famous for like higher end gaming stuff, right?
I go.
Hi, Gabriel.
As you wish.
There's gonna be someone standing there watching us.
But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Oh, he is.
Conduct yourself accordingly. Quick as lightning.
You got it right.
Prepare the underscape for fresh arrivals. Very well. Conduct me where you will. Of course. Path of least resistance. Stop you. Forward. I go. Direct current.
Here comes Dyer's plucky little courier. It's dead.
Oh my god, we feed First Blood and Courier, huh?
Yourself accordingly. A bolt from the blue.
Guy's no regen, dude. How you gonna survive in lane with no regen?
My current flows. Quick as lightning. Of course. As you wish.
Wait, hey, Tiny, wait.
Onward.
Thanks.
The time has come. Forward.
Hello, Necker. Necker close.
Candaces. Very well. Conduct me where you will. Conduct yourself accordingly. Whip you into shape.
Come out of the queue. Oh my god, what a salve. Oh wow. That lion survived 2 kills by salving last second like that.
I go.
These guys are really good. What can I say?
My enemies will suffer for this humiliation. Path of least resistance. Regeneration. This will come as a shock. I bring the razor light. Quick as lightning. Agreed. Very well. Feel my power. Discharged. I bring the razor light. I'll give you static. I go. The time has come. Direct current. Onward.
Radiant called in the fortifications.
5-minute runes.
Path of least resistance.
Bouncy, guys, bouncy.
I go. My current
Killing spree!
Ride the lightning.
The other one hasn't been got yet, right? I don't know, man. Morphling just seems so strong. You wanna dive me, bro?
It's not time yet.
I don't have boots yet.
Conduct me where you will. I go. Attack! I feel.
Yeah, let's try.
Least resistance. I go.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
The line is really good, by the way. The line and the Morphling both are really good players.
The time has come.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm open only. As you wish. Of course. My lightning strikes.
Killing spree!
My rage incandesces.
Ay!
Can you tip it up? Necker's so bad. We need help him.
It's not time yet.
A lane swap, dude. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I thought Necrophos would do better against Beastmaster. But here we are, you know? Here we fucking are.
Killing spree!
My current flow.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Oh, he's got a fucking Helmet Dominator. I'm dead, dude.
Dominate! Your bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he didn't have to agree to the lane swap, right?
Back at last. A bolt from the blue.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill!
Might be GG, guys. Yeah, every single lane lost. I don't know, man.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Guy is putting up a barricade. Are you even watching your top tower?
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm just not playing well today.
I go.
Yeah, I can't even beat this Morphling now.
As long as that top tower don't fall.
Why do I just run at him? GG. This line's always at the right place at the right time. This line, man, he is fucking me so hard. I don't want to play this game. I think we lost.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
The understate illumines me. Onward. I got
Unstoppable!
very well. Whip you into shape. Shocking. My lightning strikes.
We open? What does that mean?
As you wish.
Oh, can I finally get a kill? Kill the lion! Everyone kill the lion! Bam! I got it. Got it!
Quick as lightning.
We can still win this game. This is really hard now. We have so much momentum, you know?
Quick as lightning.
And I can't even last hit.
As you wish.
There's a Beastmaster here. Oh my god, they do so much damage! Oh, this...
Radiant's courier is dead.
Yay, we got a courier.
Your top tower is under attack. Alley returns and get over there.
Level 8 troll versus level 9 OD. So actually OD won his lane.
Better be something important going on.
But that's basically the only thing we have going for us.
Of course. Agreed. My current flows. Whip you into shit.
Running over. Oh shit. Oh. Oh my god, can we do something?
This is one of the things in the back.
That track was not even there.
Direct current.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Time has come.
Who said that tower could fall?
I bring the razor light. Agreed. Onward.
Come to me, Timmy. We'll go too far.
His microphone is so bad, man. Every time he talks, it's just really bad.
Of least resistance.
He's dead.
Very well. My current flows.
All yours.
Of course. Conduct me where you will.
I don't have mana, dude. What the fuck? He just feed. Oh my god, I just got fingered.
Monster kill! Double kill!
Four wards in stock. And we have 4 wards in stock even before we started losing a lot. I don't know why this tiny BH is just so lazy with warding. Sad, man.
I go. Forward. The time has come.
Okay. Okay. Please end the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. And over here,
This is my anger, you know? You go like this. Passive aggressive, just buy wards. Hey Josias, if you act toxic again, I'm gonna ban you. Oh my god. Is this my last game? No. Maybe we should let them end. He does it for the bird?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Ban warning. Go.
Bottom barracks has fallen. Bottom shrine is under attack.
Onward.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Oh, now you buy wards? You buy wards now?
Quick as lightning. Feel my power. I go. Of course. I go. Very well. Agreed. I like to keep
That was what we needed. Maybe make a comeback. Oh my god. No, man, I just want this game to end.
Nature takes its course. From the underscape, I return. As you wish. My current I sense a connection between us.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fucking lion.
Zapped. I go. I die.
Hey, you bought a barricade out. Bad news. Unstoppable.
No, anyways, I don't know. I think maybe we just didn't have the right. I don't know, man. Like a lot of us made a lot of mistakes.
Wicked sick. Double kill. Your little barracks is falling.
I grow. I go.
Your little barracks is falling.
The time has come.
Nah, this game's over.
Your bottom shrine is
RAZER, let's go play. Don't cry. We can win this.
Buy
game.
wards more, man.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Bottom shrine has fallen.
Quick as lightning. Path of least resistance.
The top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your top
Buy
tower is
wards,
falling.
then suddenly win game. Oh, that's the secret to winning this game. Buy wards. We're gonna win now. Yeah, definitely gonna stop this push with this ward. This game's fucking over, guys. I know you guys are trying to be like motivational and shit, like, oh, anything can happen. Never give up. There's always a chance. No, this game is fucking over. Seriously, this game is so done. To think otherwise would be delusional and a serious lack of understanding of this game. Yeah, don't worry, I got this, Johnny.
One less middle tower now, by the way. Killing spree.
Okay, report mission fault on the RAZER. Thank you.
No one can understand you, dude.
My energy.
Your ancient is under attack. Ancient collapse. All for the right of the world.
One went to low priority, two went to low priority. Nice. When did I say that? When did I say that I lost lane because we don't have wards? Did I ever say that, guys? Did anyone hear me say that? But I will say this, though. When over the course of the game, mid-game, early game, late game, I see 4 wards in stock, am I allowed to talk about that? Is it okay if I talk about that, man? I see 4 wards. I see support bounty hunter and tiny. They don't buy wards. Am I allowed to talk about that? Did I say that I played well? Did I say that lane swap was good? Fucking toxic shit. So this is the Necrophos from last game.
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap?
That's I don't know, whatever, man. I don't give a shit anymore.
5 seconds left.
I just said what, Johnny? I don't mind supporting if someone wants to play
This is where
HD.
you win or lose. Ten seconds.
Hey, I asked you a question. 帅哥, I asked you a question.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I said when I asked, okay, Johnny, you're being smart, right? This Barba guy, the only messages this guy ever sends is demands. So dense, dude. I told him to stop making demands. That's all he ever fucking says. I don't like to play Invoker in ranked because my skill level with Invoker is not good enough. With Invoker.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. 10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, who are the Tiny and Bounty from last game? So, Genie? Oh, good. I think he's on the enemy team, right? This guy, he didn't... Yeah, like... See, look at this. This Bounty Hunter who's supposed to be support... 1 ward. 5 wards from Tiny, man. Can I talk about that? Is it okay if I talk about that? The Spectre's a smurf. He bought the 5 wards at the end. Are you sure? Classic. Am I still 5.6k, guys? Or 5.7? No, I'm 5.6 now. That's cool. Glad you like the PA skin. This PA Arcana was given to me as a gift. Thanks, Lulu. Please, Skaven, give me some wins. I could be a rebel and use one of those more modest cosmetics. What point would that prove? Why not? Just make my PA as beautiful as possible. Rank based on your performance or MMR? MMR.
Taken by surprise.
Oh, I asked this guy a question earlier. So do you think if I buy wards, I win the game?
Yes. Don't blink or you're missing it.
You can't get my point?
In the blink of an eye.
God.
30 seconds to showtime.
I'm fucking dead, aren't I?
Moving quickly.
3 top.
Falls my shadow, fells my blade.
Steven, I only play with patrons and sponsors. Would you like to become a patron or sponsor?
Oh yes.
Let the battle begin.
Would you like to become a patron or sponsor?
Play your cards right. This get to land on C Street.
Sneaking. They see me not.
Fuck bounty hunter.
Yes. Creeping in. Ha. Like a wisp. Attack. Phantom fighter. Here I am. Very well. Quick strike. I'll slip through their guard. In I go. Good shot. Creeping in.
Oh, nice deny.
Without your boss. I'll slip through their guard. My edges are running.
Ah!
Surreptitiously.
Need quelling blade.
Moving quickly. I won't hesitate.
First blood. First blood. Back and tag.
I'm but a shadow.
You wanna dive me, bro?
Oh yes. Yes. I'm not ready.
That was
Some blade.
He has boots. Oh man, this bracket's too hard. Everyone plays so well.
Like a wisp. Very well. There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Yes. They see me not.
No.
Sneaking. Where least expected. Yes. Denied. Taken by surprise. They see me not. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Creeping in. Look sharp.
The guy is putting up a barricade.
You see how few mistakes these guys make?
Here I am. Quick strike. I'm but a shadow. Oh yes. Slyly. In the blink of an eye.
Oh god. You have mango. You have mango. Oh my god.
It is not done yet. In silence.
You know what? I need to get him to use his shrine. Oh my god, man! Oh, so fucking hard.
I'll slip through their guard. Turn about. It is foul play.
Stop backseat gaming, man.
Let me put aside the veil of secrecy.
Oh, you're not pulling, dude. He's right by the tower.
Yes. Without remorse.
This is like my PA game from earlier today. Just lose laning phase really hard. Now you pull.
Got to keep my hand in.
Oh shit, you didn't pull.
Like a wisp.
Hey Armin Smith, you sound like a bitch. Never mind, I take that back. I misunderstood. You know, Wind Ranger's not a very good late game hero, right? And now you probably think to yourself, oh, shackle shot, focus fire, easy kills. But no, it's not. It doesn't work like that.
Killing spree!
Oh my god, dude.
It'd be pretty natural. Are you even watching your top tower? Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Yeah, fuck you, man. Why is it a stupid pick?
Like a wisp.
Hey? Why is it a stupid pick?
In the blink of an eye.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
It's a stupid pick because no reason. Got it.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Just go jungle. We'll like fucking Spectre up as well.
Sounds good.
Moving quickly. I am not ready. I am not hesitant.
Like he went hex. Hex for what?
Creeping in.
Killing spree!
You see how every time he hex, he does nothing? Like he has this 1.25 second hex. Did you see him ever do anything with that? You know what he could have got? Level 1. He can go level 1 Ether Shock, or level 2 Ether Shock, and guess what? 140 damage, 200 damage. Guess how many times he could have casted that by now? Like 10 times. But no. He gets this fucking useless ability.
job. Attack. Here I go.
Dominating! Not yours.
I'm but a shadow. Like a wisp. They see me not. Don't blink or you'll miss me. Yes. It is not done yet.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Dominate! There was a price.
Don't tell me. I'm a sight for sore eyes. In the blink of an eye.
The temple's defense.
Here I am.
Yeah, BH is fucking bullshit this patch. Honestly. So tired of BH in my games.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Not yet. In silence. Slyly.
Did I chase them or did Shadow Shaman chase them?
Without remorse.
Try good. Are you like a Immortal player or something? Nah, I don't want to go mid, man.
Your middle tower's under attack.
That's so late.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Taken by surprise.
Yeah, TA's got dagger now. TA is dagger now, guys.
Quick strike. I'll slip through their guard. Sneaking.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
That's my blade.
Oh man, I should have went mid if TA's not gonna take that wave. Jesus.
Do something about it or just sit there looking funny.
Can help over here. Do we have any kind of combo? Oh wait, we have a shitty Shadow Shaman. Dust or anything like that? No dust.
Mega kill!
I got it back. I don't have HP.
I'm going bottom.
Oh! Oh man. Oh. Oh. Fuck me. Today's not a good Dota day.
I won't stop until the job
True story.
Invisibility.
Surreptitiously. Oh, yes.
Unstoppable!
Yes. Again. In I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
In silence.
Bottom, what the fuck's your problem, bro? Peek, asleep,
Have some
Top tower is under attack. You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
There falls my shadow, fells my blade. Attack.
Okay, let's just get this guy. He's 1-9. Holy fuck.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, no, I don't want to tilt him because I still want to win this game. 1-9, Shadow Shaman. Keep talking. Amazing. Amazing.
Taken by surprise. They see me not.
You know, I actually understand what Shadow Shaman was trying to do early game. He thinks that in Shadow Shaman PA versus Shadow Shaman PA versus Bounty Hunter Rubik, he thinks that we can play aggressively. That's why he went Hex Shackle. But I gotta tell you, PA is so fucking weak early game, but he's so cocky, man. That's why he go that build. He thinks that if he can shackle, I can kill someone. But when we get hit by Fade Bolt, guess what? We don't do damage. When Bounty Hunter just runs up to us and clicks us, we can't we have nothing. We can't do anything about it.
I'm but a shadow.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing doing.
Spearbreaker, don't charge me, please.
It'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something?
He doesn't understand the matchup, and he fucking acts like he's good. You know what he should do? He should go 2-1-0. No, sorry. 2-0-1, like that. Oh, I'm lagging, I think. And all he has to do is just keep spamming Q. That's all he has to do. I guarantee it.
Don't blink or you'll miss me. Moving quickly.
How do you want me to answer this question? Hey, being a Putra, let's think about your question for a second, right? You're asking me, am I feeding? What do you want me to say? Yes or no? And then if you got your answer, then what?
Guys, stop fighting them!
Holy fuck, Venomancer is really farmed.
Double kill.
Quick strike.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Here I am.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Surreptitiously.
Okay, so the lane swap last game, you agreed to it, right? You were complicit with that. You could have just said no. And you lost your lane, man. Now you blame me? That's fucking hilarious. Okay, whatever. We're all the same MMR, so I'm just as bad as you guys.
In the blink of an eye.
That's funny, right?
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. This is one of the things in the bad column.
I don't know if we fight this or not. Every time I fight, I die.
Tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
Good shot.
Hit!
There falls my shadow. That's my blade.
You better put one over here, tower. That's what I'm talking about, right? Double kill. Double kill.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I should fight this.
Dazzle.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
I am back with a new
Your bottom tower is under attack.
feel blurry. Attack.
Dire structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Sneaky. It is not time yet. In silence.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where falls my shadow, falls my blade.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Or you're missing. Moving quickly.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, guys. I think we lost this game too.
Creeping in.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm but
Double kill.
Shall we talk about these deaths? Shall we?
sneaky.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
For the phantom. Without remorse. Yes. Where least expected. They seem not.
Actually, the Spectre doesn't have that much farm either. So, I mean, we have that going for us.
I go.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Bounty Hunters has AC.
Quick strike.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I am not hesitate.
He has AC, Sanjin Yasha. Oh my god, he is fucking gigantic.
Blink of an eye. Taken by surprise. Oh yes.
Hey Bina, don't tell me how to play, okay? Bina Putra. Are you a Immortal player?
Like a wisp.
Holy fuck, guys. Obey the chat rules, Jesus.
Here I am.
And what do you think I've been doing for the last like 5 minutes? Fuck.
Very well. I'm but a shadow.
Your top tower needs some help.
Where falls my shadow, falls my blade.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Here I am.
Your top tower is under attack.
Quick strike.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Surreptitiously.
That's what I'm talking about.
In the blink of an eye.
Spearbreaker is the scariest hero for me.
Dazzle.
You never really know when he's charging you.
Quickly.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Taken by surprise. I'll slip through their guard. This should make my life easier.
Thinks we can kill?
Like it
The top tower needs some help.
Can we?
The top tower is under attack.
We can. Huh? Oh, please. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead, and there's nothing that can save me.
Double kill.
A bargain basement bounty.
Radiant called in the fortification. Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker. Your top tower has been denied.
Yeah, BH is fucking massive now. Look at this. He's about to have like a satanic. He's unkillable. Like even if all of us, well, maybe all of us can go together.
But I'm talking behind a bed. You better
I'll go in with you and die with you.
In I go.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Sneaky.
Bottom barracks has fallen. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I'll slip through their guard. Surreptitiously.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help.
Man, how many times is that gonna get muted?
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Bad news about your bottom barracks. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. This game's over. Give me a minute.
Be in there no more. Your middle barracks has fallen. You gotta work together. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks never did nothing to deserve this. Your top barracks are under attack. They're trying to break through. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. Finally, someone with worse luck than me. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now have mega creeps. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Middle tower's under attack. Double kill. Such a high price. Your middle tower is under attack. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. You gotta defend ancient! No! The dire ancient collapsed.
Do I need to ban you, Steven? Hey, Steven, I think I'm gonna ban you, man. The fuck is your problem? Thanks, Lulu. Oh god. Oh fuck, rank 1700 now. Oh my god, so much red. Yeah, let's have a look at Shadow Shaman. Shackle, Hex, Shackle. Zero, 1, 2. Against BH Rubik. Skill build. Excuse me? Hey Steven. I asked you a question. Do I need to ban you? Cause you're being rude as fuck earlier. How did I get this item? Does it say who's from? Purist Thunderwrath? Who's that? Oh! It's you! Thanks, man! Is that the Invoker item? Oh, okay, alright, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, actually I don't, that's the one Immortal I don't have. Okay.
My shadow.
Oh yeah, I need to report some of these guys. Fuck you. Toxic. Oh, it's the Shadow Shaman on the other side. Big Dick Rick. You tried to add me to his friends list.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
He was trying to... Toxic bitch. Genie, he's been in like every single one of my games recently. That's TA from last game. Genie, he was the Rubik.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Your pick.
So you make friends by saying Pia is not within my capabilities? That's how you make friends, Steven? Next time, please play a hero within your capabilities. So you fucking insulted my PA. You see that, Steven? Holy shit, man. Social skills. I have this guy pre-muted. And I think they're fighting for like safe lane carry. He wanted to play safe lane carry. He just picked it first. Yeah, I really need to kill this fucking guy here. He was the DP in my game earlier. We didn't do so well. Okay, I'm gonna play. I guess I get to play 5 this game.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? 10 seconds.
Steven, you're so fucking narcissistic. You think that I love you? That's fucking delusional and pathetic, man.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
No, man, you really mean absolutely nothing to me. What makes you think that you mean anything to me? You're just some random guy who came into the stream out of nowhere. And you think you mean something to me? Fucking delusional. Ugh. Yeah. I think we're about to ban you, dude. What's wrong with like these kids, guys? Yeah, see you later. Yeah, banning makes my day complete.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Buy a ward, please. Hardy's been banned. But yeah, good suggestion. Thanks, Ivan.
Hell hath no fury.
Okay,
Oh, hell yes. I think we can agree that this one is...
Actually, I should have bought a sentry. Oh shit. Yeah, I should have bought a sentry against this tree. Oh well. Pretty sure tree will be bottom. I mean, there's a chance tree's top, but he's probably bottom.
Why not?
Thanks, Lulu. Alright, Johnny, Lulu, Nam Dota. We can do some party games.
Yes.
I don't want to turn on betting right now.
30 seconds to battle.
Yes.
Okay, tree ants top.
To hell and back.
First blood.
The first blood.
Yeah, let me get it, dude.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
I think tree might come down here though. English only?
I go like the devil.
English only? Thanks.
Where's the fight? Oh yes.
Daya's career has been killed.
Oh my god. Entry's bottom. So that means I need to buy sentry. Oh wait, we don't have courier.
Why not?
Relax, you're doing fine.
Yes. That devil to pay. To hell and back.
Oh my goodness.
Get me to the understatement. You will
Help me, dude.
once again. Such sorcery shall
Oh, I'm a
not
sentry now.
remain. I've been to hell and back to hell and back. Oh, hell yes. Verily.
What the? Right. English only.
God of power, grip. I go like the devil.
That's shit, man.
Denied. Oh, hell yes.
Fucking annoying ass tree. Oh man, I should be here.
Why not? To hell.
This game is not feeling very good.
Yes.
Hey Evan, if you act racist, I'm gonna ban you. Oh, Jesus Christ.
If I had friends like you, I'd never lose.
I go like the devil.
Did I just see tree over there? Oh, it's anti-mage. Oh, they're getting the ruins. It's too slow.
To hell and back. Forward.
Nice, I got the kill. Good. Fucking shit dazzle from the last game.
Oh, hell yes.
Why are you pinging me and then say this shit? Don't understand.
To hell and back. Heads down. Oh, yes.
I think once he hits 6, I can gank.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Attack!
Your top tower needs some help.
Verily.
Your top tower needs some help. troops and get over there! Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Why not?
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, man.
Yes.
Blacks are doing fine, man.
Your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
They trying to wipe the game, but all they ever do is give my heart, I give my soul, I swear I really put in work.
Relax, you're doing fine.
Oh, hell yes.
But my dreams keep teasing me. They ask when I'm gonna blow up, but that ain't up to me.
Yes.
Sometimes it gets hard
Holy shit, he's level 4.
Yes.
Well, hopefully RAZER can carry this game. Oh man, I don't know, dude.
Why not? Forward.
What the hell I gotta do? Where the hell I gotta take it just to get
Killing spree!
Oh, where's my tip? You fuck. Look at me, I'm toxic now. Oh, I'm so rich now. Yeah, you really want to kill me, don't you? Yeah, you want me?
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
To hell and back.
Killing spree!
Oh no, I'm not keeping into that. 10-minute runes.
Onward. Oh, hell yes.
Seriously? He rammed it just for that rune?
Your top tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
To hell and back.
Your top tower is under attack. The top tower has fallen.
all in my ear, they know it's my year. Just give me a chair, I can't stand it. They know that I'm a with all of this fire I'm dropping. I am so nice, no red and blue lights, but you know that they're gonna get back in my zone. I got these labels all hitting my phone. I got my fans, I got
Oh, hell yes.
He's gonna get hit by a tree in a second.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Who do I need to finger? Shadow Fiend?
Why not? Yes.
know who's pulling your strings, whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close. Not gonna need a lot more than that.
Deceptive rune of invisibility.
No, it ain't been working, sinking ship. All the songs been boring since the hit. Got the whole world snoring on your pitch. Could've saved y'all time, ain't that a bitch? Living viral overnight. One night stand gone before the morning. When y'all can I finally get to learning? So the candles lit, no wax for burning. They here for longevity, zero integrity.
You better pop on over to your bottom power. Got with something? Maybe it's catching up for fun. The tower is under attack.
Why would I have to return the lightning shattered? Maybe I'll come to the third, cause now it's return of the king. This is on purpose. I swear I'm planning out everything. I'm a step ahead, put the talk to bed, orbit with the heat, planets in my head. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling your strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me.
Oh, we need to take this tower. That tower is actually really important.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Oh, hell.
Your middle tower's under attack!
Coming for this tree. Oh, good kill, Ember.
Oh, hell yes. To hell and back.
There's a regen here for anyone who wants it.
Yes.
Regeneration.
Okay.
Yes.
Why not? Onward.
That should help!
Never refuse gold given. Forward.
Oh, yes. Prowling. Verily.
Hey.
My pride. Your fall. Why not?
Fuck you.
Yes. To hell and back. Oh, hell yes.
Oh, he's going carry build slaughter on the armlet.
Yes.
What the fuck, man?
Oh god. Sentry wards? I love it! Called in the fortification.
Did NP do anything to me? Oh yeah, right. He just kept trying to kill me here earlier. Ha! They didn't find this one though.
Time to take matters into my own hand. Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, does Rubik have like a whole bunch of wards on him or something? Cause like, just don't have vision on the map. 3 wards? Oh yeah, there it is.
Yes.
That's interesting. Hey, hey! Oh my fucking god.
Dig in and defend that sucker! The top tower needs some help.
Kind of an expensive kill.
The top tower is under attack.
Oh, hell yes.
This is a very important tower.
Power pours into me.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Verily.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Rubik, get back. Oh, he's dead.
Prowling. To hell and back.
Wait a minute. Oh.
Why not?
Killing spree!
Oh, is this a waste of time?
Saved from life. Money changes hands. After them. Double that. Yes.
Anti-fun. Nah. I'm sure he was waiting for me to stun. I was waiting him for the fade bolt.
Yes.
Quelling Blade online for the Nature's Prophet and the Treant.
Yeah, Daddy. Today I watched a bunch of Dumbos wander around doing nothing.
To hell and back. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Wow.
Gotcha.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Why not?
Enemy's middle tower just dust.
That's interesting. Okay. So the ward is over here or over here? Probably.
I go like that.
Dominate.
No, of course, man.
Killing spree.
Can someone, like, you know? Finger damage, not important. So why didn't I KS3? Yeah, finger damage, not that important.
This is one of the dents in the bad card.
I'm not
Where's Ember Spirit in all this? The fuck? He has TP. Did it just come off cooldown or something?
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. You gonna do something about it? Just sit there looking funny. Yeah, nothing to do with that stuff. Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Did Ember just run in and die? Oh my goodness.
I don't fear hell. Hell fears
Top tower needs some help. You had a couple of trades. As long as that top tower don't fall. Yeah. Oh wait, you better pop on over to your bottom tower.
I don't know why that Ember just run in here to die. Could stop anti-mage.
Your bottom tower's gone.
How about why don't you TP?
Yes. Yes.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine is under attack.
To hell and back.
Your top shrine has fallen. This is why we can't have this.
Why not? Double. Where's the fight? Yes.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Oh. Fuck.
Oh yes. Not doing yourself.
God damn it. There we go.
Onward. Yes. Illusion. Knuckleunder. Verily. To hell Why not?
So he went Veil of Discord, but he bought Battle Fury. Oh, that's actually kind of a good trade.
Where's the fight? Radiant just murdered.
Okay, that wasn't a good trade.
Immortality.
Oh, we lost.
Barely. Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Oh, hell yes.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine is
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What the fuck? How does he have vision here?
Your middle tower has fallen. That's the spirit. You're losing, spirit.
I'm dead. Do I need to buy back? Should I buy back? Okay, I need to buy back. No buyback needed. No hope? Don't you hate it when you just open your mouth way too soon?
Die at mine. Your place is here.
I'm coming top. Oh! 30-minute runes.
Why not? Never refuse gold given. Gold for my master.
Carrot top. Carrot top. Your teammates will come, guys. Oh boy.
Consider thyself purified.
Shit.
Unstoppable!
I'm dead. I said, oh man, I said don't go top, and they just keep running in.
My grave. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks are under
Hi,
attack.
Razzie.
You're trying to break through.
I've been to hell and
Your top barracks are nothing to deserve it. Top barracks is
Oh man, my team.
top barracks is fallen.
God! Today's just not good though today. It's not a good though today.
Double kill. Bottom tower has fallen. Ah, don't even know where to stop. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
I've still got my pride.
Hey Colong, thanks for subscribing.
Radiant structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be mad at you.
I'll take that stun any day. Now you want to get Desolator? What the fuck? I'm not sure Desolator is good item now. Get Bash or something, dude. Or MKB? Holy shit. I'm dead.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. The bottom barracks is falling. Hope you don't pay for lessons. And over here we have your middle tower. Not bad there, one bunch of bottom barracks. The middle tower is under attack. Heads up, we're back. Your engine is under attack.
Alright, time to play some party games.
Next time.
Take it easy, play some party games. Yeah, I don't know why Ember buy the items that he buy. Like, I just don't understand why he buys Veil. And this Lifestealer, like his next item would have been Desolator. Like, okay, so you buy an item that reduces armor by 6, but at this point in the game, like everyone has like 30 armor, you know? Anti-Mage has like 30 armor. Slaughter has probably got like 20 armor. MP probably doesn't have much armor. Who gives a shit about MP? I mean, I suppose you could make the argument that Desolator is actually for buildings, but we were never even able to push, you know? I didn't lose every single game today. That's not true. Where do you get that information from? Jesus. I'm switching accounts to play party games. Okay, show me the money. Yeah, as a fan, I stream every day at 7 a.m. Pacific time. John Cena for what? Alright, let's look at some of these comments. Excuse me? Hey Mark, you're not immortal, man. I don't believe that you're immortal at all. If you're an immortal, log into an immortal account right now and show me a screenshot. Also, how do you know that I lost every single game? We stopped anti-mage's farm in the beginning, but you can't. I mean, if you give anti-mage enough time, he's just gonna be really farmed, right? And the other team having an AC reason to go Tesla or not reason. It's not a reason. Do I play Battle Cup? No. Hey Andre, I see you asked the question about donating, right? But there's this big block of text right here. You should read it. The fuck? John Cena for celebrating the nightmare? Oh, okay, so I mean, with the very same logic, right? Let's say that you fail all your school tests, right? And I play John Cena. Does that seem suitable to you, man? It's kind of fucked up. Fuck. When something bad happens to someone, and that's a celebrating sound. What? Pretty fucked up joke. Okay. Where am I gonna go for summer vacation? I haven't decided yet, Janish. Why do you ask? Lulu Chan's coordinator's down? That's interesting. Have I seen the latest Joker movie trailer? I heard about that movie, but I haven't seen the trailer. Does it look good? Musicking, I'm 30 years old. Yeah, Andres, we can play together. It doesn't matter if you're from Southeast Asia. We can play on Japan server. Okay, Lulu. Looks pretty badass, but the legendary Heath Ledger Joker's still king. Yeah, Heath Ledger's Joker was really, really good. Pending requests. Sure, Andrews, just let me know when you want to play. What server I usually play in? Are you talking to me? You have a lot of watch time, right? You don't know what server I play in? Seriously? Alright, Andre. Alright, man, let's do it. Do you know your friend ID? Give me your friend ID number, please. Friend ID number, you go to your profile. Friend ID number is right here. I'll watch the trailer some other time. Definitely not on stream. That's how you get copyright notification. Streamer life? Am I American born Chinese? What makes you think I'm American? Found ya! Ursa, Wraith King, Ricky, huh? Archon. I just used the Heroes of New Earth hotkeys. Hey Andre, yeah, you can come join our Discord. Have I seen Death Note? Yeah, really good anime. Love that one. Actually, my favorite one. That's really odd, Lulu. You're like the only one affected. Hey Andre, I really appreciate your donation, man. It keeps the stream running. Thank you so much. Oh, you know what, guys? I'm so glad I'm not playing ranked games right now. Oh my god, I don't know how many games I lost today. I think I lost like 5 in a row. But now that we play party, casual, and ranked games, I don't care if I win or lose. That feels really nice, to be honest. What's my favorite movie? I like Fight Club. Oh, Lulu-chan joined. Nice. Hey Andre, I sent you a party invite, but did you get the party invite? And Andre, Johnny linked you Discord link right here. Like, see, type this command and it's right here. Right here. Also, Andre, let me know if... Okay, so... Okay, well, you're in the party now. Okay. I'm pretty sure we play US East. Yeah, you and Lulu are both Europeans. Alright, we're not doing ranked. Do I listen to Chinese songs? Yeah. Actually, I listen to Zhou Jielun. Do I know how to make soap? No. What makes you think I would know how to make soap? And Diego, don't you think that's an oddly specific question? that's like me asking you, hey Diego, do you know how to make computer chips? Like out of nowhere. You see how like it's just so fucking random that it's not even a good conversational question? Lulu-chan's not cute. This is really odd. Yeah, I'm not sure what this Diego guy is trying to lead off with. Chips, nobody knows how to make those. Potato chips are easy. You just cut the potato like this, and you throw it in the deep fryer. Oh, Coleman, you're having problems too? Do you see the queue now? Lulu, do you see the queue? Hey Legends, I don't remember you. Thousands of people come here every day, you know? Andre doesn't see the queue? What the fuck's going on with Steam today? I don't play auto chess. How about now? How do you kill Huskar with Invoker? Alacrity, Cold Snap, Deafening Blast, Sunstrike?
Yeah. Sometimes you get to the highest point of your life where you feel like you're on top of the world, and sometimes you just get to the bottom.
Okay. Tell you what, we're gonna queue for this game, and if you get the queue, you get the queue. If you don't, then you don't. And then we just queue again, or something like that. Am I a Team Liquid fan? I'm more of an EG fan. Are you a Team Liquid fan? The Diego guy. So why ask such a weird question, man? Yeah, you eat those potato chips, Jodell. Hi, Pydong. Hey, Pydong, try not to be toxic today, okay? Who's my favorite actress? That's a great question. Who's that girl from Lyra Game? Hold on a sec. I'll show you guys pictures, okay? Lyra Game. Oh yeah, Erika Toda. Bam! My favorite actress. Japanese actress. Erika Toda. Actually, I have a lot of favorite actresses. A lot of hot girls, you know. Lulu brought the steam cancer with her. Yeah, EG, Chris. You like mind control? Oh, why do you like mind control? Guys, I don't even see my queue now. See? We were in a queue, and then the queue just not even here anymore. Yeah, I think maybe Steam or Valve probably. It's okay, Pydong. Just don't be toxic in your life and you'll be happier and you'll have friends, okay? It was just something that occurred to you. But Diego, do you understand what I mean? Well, like your question is just kind of like really weird and way too random for it to be a good question. Like I asked you like using the same kind of like conversation. I was like, do you know how to make computer chips? And everyone's just like, obviously not. Like, how many people here know how to make soap? You know, that's just such a weird question. I mean, like, Kokarni's question is good, right? Who's your favorite actress, right? Or are you Team Liquid fan? Very normal questions, right? Do you play auto chess? How do you kill Huskar? Like, very normal questions. But your question is just like, do you know how to make soap? You know what I mean? Here, good advice for life, you know? Have you been to Japan? Yes, I used to live in Japan. You know what? We're gonna fucking press the Q button again. Cause I don't see it. Okay, Rain, I show you my control settings. There you go. Positive you need to see it longer. Every man does. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Why use IDR con? We're gonna practice heroes that we don't normally play. And we're gonna take it easy and play some relaxing games. That's why. J-pop actress, yes. You die yet your failure lives on. What's that supposed to mean? Can you explain what you mean by that? 007 Legends? No, I see you're a fan of The Wolf of Wall Street, am I right? Favorite actor? I like George Clooney. Yeah, right, The Raj? Like it's just so weird. You know how computer chips are made, but do you know how to make them? I am actually trying to play for like 1 hour. Oh, dude, Jesus. Is this Mesmeriff yet? I actually know why he asked that. I'm surprised he hasn't commented on it yet. So you implying that he was trying to make some kind of gay joke? I mean, if you're gonna start something, you might as well go through with it, right? Where's my main? My main is right here. That's an Oracle quote. Do you know how to make soap? But he's saying it's a Grimstroke chat. Yeah, but I don't know. Like once again, this is kind of like the same thing Diego does, right? Like, you know, we're all talking about like Dota 2 and stuff, like casual, you know, casual things, right? And then he's just like, out of nowhere, you die, yet your failure lives on. Like, you know how if I just say I don't know, I just say strawberries or hairbrush. You see how it's just like so fucking, man, you guys should learn how to have conversations. It's so weird. I think we have game. Hopefully we have game. I lived in Tokyo. That's where I have Netflix, yeah. Say hi to Canada. Yeah, Ocean's 11. Someone didn't accept this queue. And it's Andre, are you here? Oh my god. Right. But okay, so I mean, yeah. In Fight Club they do talk about making soap, but I mean he didn't really explain that, right? And it may not even be related to Fight Club that he asked that question, you know what I mean? Yeah. Andre, you here? This guy disappeared. This is really not good. Oh well, we'll just wait the 5 minutes and try it again. If he misses next queue, it's going to be a 30-minute wait or something like that. And we're not waiting 30 minutes. English only, please. And if you're advertising, don't, okay? Can I speak Japanese? Yes. Yeah. Thanks, Mushir. Kick him later. Oh no, we're just gonna wait the 4 minutes and then requeue. Yeah, more talk time. So, what do you guys think of Erika Toda? Pretty damn good looking, wouldn't you guys say? I think she is. He's restarting Steam? Yeah. She's hot. Yes. I know, right? I really like her. I'm not gonna say that she's a great actor, like an actual great actor, but she's really good looking in my opinion. 7 out of 10? Nam Dota, that's racist. Hey man, Codename R, we have kids here. I have a question about this message right here. Does anybody besides kids or Indian people actually care about PewDiePie versus T-Series? Was she in Train to Busan? That's a Korean movie. Erika Toda is a Japanese actress. Oh, is that who you prefer? I do not know these people. Glad you think she's hot. Good looks are more important than acting. Hey, shallow. Qingtian. No, I'm not gonna open up that Pandora's box. We're gonna start googling too much shit. Okay, I'll get it. Yeah, I like her. Not my type, but I like her. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, Erika Toda is just a Japanese actress. I mean, not many people watch Japanese TV shows or movies, right? Yeah, so this is in regards to the T-Series versus PewDiePie. Yeah, I think it's just kids, you know? Kids who care. You don't know what PewDiePie is, Andre?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Do you live on a farm? Who's Pewdie? Do you live on a farm too? Have I ever played with Miracle? Yes. The media does. I suppose that's true. Indian, you don't care. You prefer vegetables? Wait a minute. What does Nam Dota prefer vegetables to? I haven't seen that movie yet. Alright, let's see. We can queue in 22 seconds. Andre, I hope that you can accept this queue, man, because if it's you who can't accept again, that's going to be a 30-minute timeout. So I believe last time Lulu Chan and Andre both didn't see the queue until later, but Lulu Chan was ultimately able to accept the queue, but Andre was not. This stuff is mysterious. Maybe he just chooses to ignore him because PewDiePie and his first grade army are annoying as fuck. Wait, who is choosing to ignore who? The person who doesn't know PewDiePie is ignoring PewDiePie? See you later, Musk. Started good. Show invoker combos to then. No thank you. You have a lot of demands, huh, man? You come in here, you don't say hello to me, you don't say nice stream, you just like, show me hotkeys. Don't do invoker combos. Come on, man, learn how to have a conversation, Jesus. You think Katy Perry is the hottest girl right now? She's your ultimate crush? Katy Perry's cute, but she's not my type. I think she's I think she has short hair now, doesn't she? I'm a fan of longer hair. I think Katy Perry's also a little fat now, isn't she? Just maybe not that much. I think I saw her on a TV show, and she's a little fat. She kind of looks like butch lesbian now. Not my type. Not my type at all. Nishal, are you sure that's your favorite crush? Ugh. Oh, hey! The game worked out. Alright, time to join these guys on Discord.
Oh, yeah. Hey!
Hello!
You almost missed that one.
Your turn.
I almost missed that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
you were
no,
the
no.
last one to accept.
Doesn't matter. I have like 45 seconds to accept.
5 seconds remaining.
Not even close.
We panicked.
Panic away. This is karma, Lulu-chan. You know what you did.
I did nothing wrong.
Yes, you did.
What did I do?
Sometimes, when I disappear off the stream, you incite panic in the stream.
That is true. I can confirm.
See?
I think
he keeps telling people the stream is still online when it's offline. You're like, no, I can't see stream.
Voice on stream.
Yeah, mute the stream.
No, I don't think you should mute the stream, Andre. You should just hear double.
No.
Double.
Yeah, you're
double.
right.
Double. Triple.
Triple. I got you.
Your turn to pick.
Any offlaner pick?
I'm getting my level 12 punch today.
Blue, where do you want to normally play?
Probably
go mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger.
So, Magnus, do you want offlane or safe lane?
Doesn't matter.
Wait a minute, Andre, you can speak English.
No, I'm just pretending really well.
That is some really good pretending. Fooled me. I thought you would have a Russian accent, to be honest with you.
I can have a Russian accent if I want to.
Damn, that's legit. No betting. I'm too lazy to turn on betting, man. Don't want to deal with that shit today.
Normally, I'd pick Legion against Slark.
Do it.
Your turn to pick.
Okay, where are all the Invoker fans in the chat?
Your turn to pick.
I don't understand their picks.
It's what, 3K or something? 2K, 3K? Actually, their picks aren't that bad. Support Kunkka.
So do you think a Lifestealer is offlane or safe lane?
Who knows? It's 2K.
Bloodseeker, I can play safe lane or offlane. It depends on you, wherever you want to go.
I think Cook is a support, by the way.
Such tedium. Arcana exhort Trisolar. Over yon.
So you think Storm won't be there mid? So you see the Storm Spirit, Lifestealer,
someone who pauses at the start of the game.
Don't worry, lads. This one's
and the Slark, but you don't think the Storm will be mid, and you think that the Kunk will be a core and not a support? I mean, you might be right.
Sunstrike. Orbs light my path.
Hi, Daniel.
As needs be.
30 seconds to battle.
With speed. Harlex incantation of incineration.
Blue, if I can count on your Sunstrike for duels, I'll go Blink Dagger instead of Shadow Blade.
Sure, man. Do whatever you like. Don't have Sunstrike.
There's nobody
begins.
bottom.
So begins a new age of knowledge.
Well, that was easy.
I'll
Three of
keep
them
it in
top.
mind.
Yeah, Pirates supporting. This is Charlie top.
Well away.
Look, Kunkka mid.
Fight me. Peculiar. This bores me.
Thanks, Daniel.
'Tis tedious. Mockery abounds. Mindfully. Away hence. Hearken unto me. Thither I go.
Mine
I'm well aware of it.
Oh my god, I missed that last hit.
Forthwith.
Yeah, Risky, we know you get strong, man. It's okay, dude. It's okay to be wrong.
No, Pirate's actually fighting for him too. That's good.
God, I hate Kunkka here.
Athwart my path. An honor to fight me. An inforged spirit. Unto battle. Concentration. I proceed. I am committed. Exhort, class exhort. Attack.
Oh shit, so low.
Thus and so. Cross vigorous.
Slark's actually getting no farm.
Knowledge is power. Who threatens my concentration? Well-gotten gains.
Andre, you from Romania?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The learned one strikes.
A lot of Romanian.
Do you know this guy, Lulu? You're from Romania. Do you know this guy?
Yeah, of course I know. I
Oh,
know
okay.
all Romanians.
We all live on a farm.
I knew that.
So it is said.
Slark's missing. Never mind, he's here.
Thither I go.
Wow.
Ill luck upon you.
Wow, how I missed this last hit?
Forge spirit. I proceed.
Crystal Knight is missing.
Go, bro, Michael.
Thus and so.
Is he a gay or what?
Of course.
Maybe he's mad, I don't know.
Forthwith. Paul's most cunning fangs, occurring abounds. Exhort.
This is gonna be a 5-minute fight.
Get back, get back.
God damn it.
Unto battle.
5-minute drones. Are you going Pudge or me?
You,
Go to their
you
room.
stay, you stay. You got it.
And come shrine, come shrine.
This will do nicely.
You dare fight me?
This was way too ambitious.
Go.
He's all dead.
Yeah, go shrine.
CM's missing. Pirate teleported to their
Yeah.
shrine right there.
Avowedly.
CM's back top.
Kunkka's bottom.
Kunkka's been stealing CS from Slark, so.
From North.
If you can bait out the pounce, Slark's dead.
I'm well aware of it.
I have this for pounds.
Such tedium.
Can you guys stop backseat gaming?
Nigh unto
I know some of you guys are amazing players, right? You guys are so good. Yeah, you guys are so good.
Sorry,
right?
blink not.
Concentration. Ravagers of armor and will. Well away.
Easy
Nice, nice hook. Yeah.
I don't think this Slark knows how to play against a fudge.
He has regen, dude.
From the arcanery.
No, they even had a ward here. Interesting. CM's missing. Fight him, fight him.
They were in the stop.
Yeah.
Or they took it.
Oh wow. Oh wow. I just run home.
Arms light my path.
Can you stop backseat gaming? Hey Rain, do you think that you're better than me, man? Because you act like you do.
Your middle tower is under
No.
attack.
Okay, Torrent, and I think I gotta run.
Yeah, you would've been fine.
Sorry, I let you die, man.
It's all good. I got the kill.
Who threatens my concentration? Sadron's protect. Thus and so. Mindfully.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
have mana.
It's okay, Slark's dead in one hook. If I get hook.
Storm is coming fine.
I'll buy a word if I go to base, so I'll put them. Oh. I know where.
It's okay, I know where they are.
Yeah, okay, fine enough.
He doesn't actually dodge hooks. See? He just stands out there. Just don't scare him.
The learned ones.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh my god.
Fight him. He's dead. Never mind,
No,
go
he's
back.
not. I need to go back. Oh no, I can't save you. I don't have a second.
I'm fine. See? Perfectly fine.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I'm not ready. Exhort, try so long.
Boom, baby!
Already dim with speed.
That's great.
Your top tower is under attack.
I had enough time to strike him twice.
Fight me. Nigh unto death.
Flag is back.
Right.
Ill luck upon
Invis run.
7 entrance.
Man, you gotta heal me.
Storm might be
Didn't I
top
heal
with
you?
invisibility.
No,
Storm
you hit the
top.
creep.
Damn it, I was sure.
Oops, wrong button.
Nope.
an honor
I
to fight me.
think Storm's top with invisibility.
No, Storm is here.
This will do nicely.
Who threatens my cause? I am a beacon of
Oh,
knowledge.
Bunka just used his ulti for nothing up there.
Ignorance.
The enemy's middle
His ult has a
tower
short
has
cooldown
fallen.
anyway.
I know.
No, Andre, no, you didn't.
I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't, I lied.
This bores me.
Knew it. Damn Romanians.
I'd say that.
Made me look bad.
Okay. You don't have mana to fight me, dude.
An ally from witness true sorcery. Once vigorous.
Okay, I have my 6 on roll me.
Thither I go.
Okay.
There's a tone for you, Lulu.
I'm level. Blue, do you have
Can I have yourself, man?
Sunstrike?
No, I don't.
Let me know when you have a Sunstrike.
I have it in what, 5 seconds.
Of course.
Alright, I have it.
I don't know what special.
You can duel any one of them, it doesn't matter.
Get the Slark.
Duel anyone.
Yeah, easy kill on Slark.
I'll try.
I'll not be interrupted.
Go, duel.
Sunstrike.
Oh shit.
Thank you.
I gotta see him.
Trying?
See, easy.
Easy.
I'm gonna shrine.
Oh, wait for me, wait for me.
I'm fine.
Avowedly, my mind is my arcane.
I checked his mana and I'm like, what are you doing here, Storm?
Die? What do you mean?
I'll keep it in mind.
That was his plan all along, to die.
Let's say 12-minute radiance.
I don't care, Sumiya.
So it is said.
I don't play Invoker anyways. And I don't care about Invoker. Sumiya, he's not even pro player. He's just famous for playing Invoker. But
Blink.
Such tedium. Orbs light my path.
you can duel. You can duel.
Storm is
Oh,
here. They
shit.
saw me.
Alright, you're dead.
Okay, I need to deward that one. I don't go. Blue, can you buy a sentry and put it down, base?
Attack.
Yep,
Thank you so much.
no problem.
Hey, Pudge, I'm watching you.
Thither I go. Try so long.
Oh, sorry, man. Did I hit that Sunstrike?
No, you did not.
Oh, my bad.
Slark moved away anyway.
Your top tower is under attack.
I think it's close enough.
It's okay, Stephen. It's still okay. It's okay, man.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I mean, Sumiya is very famous for Invoker, but he's just, I just don't really care, you know?
Fine. Oh, scepter.
Should I duel Slark?
Yeah, go ahead.
Away Sphyrical's Harley's incantation of instant. A spell I remember, one of my favorites. Your ignorance
good kill.
your demise.
Thanks.
Thus and so. In like Halloween's most cunning fabrications, a rich tradition.
Your wounds are up.
Keep it in mind.
Yeah, I got the bottom ones.
Insipid. Orbs light my path.
I'm coming.
Maybe.
Jesus, what a long tight TP.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
I can duel Slark.
Known only to
Alright.
mandate of impetuous strike.
Oh shit, oh shit, no! I died. No, Johnny!
It's okay, I just launched her. It's pretty tanky.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make earlier. It's just like a lot of people play a lot of good heroes, right? Like yeah, Thompson, Miracle play good Invoker. Yeah, I can watch those. Anna plays good Ember Spirit. There's just so much, you know.
Fight me. Illusion. An honor to fight me. Hearken unto me. It's not time yet. 'Tis tedious. Knowledge is power. An ally found not.
Oh, Slark sees me.
Blazik, are you coming on Lifestealer?
You can just duel. Like he's dead. You just duel.
Just duel.
Yeah.
Mystery.
I only regret the mana cost of that.
Remember. As needs be. Concentration.
Regen here if anyone wants.
I want that shit.
Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, nice hook, man.
Got him.
This Kook is fucking dead. Oh shit, there's a storm though.
I proceed.
Eat my fucking BKB.
With speed. True arcanery thrives. Drawn. Seal of Wexhort.
Lifestealer bottom.
You know what? If you put Frost Shield on someone and they use Blade Mail, does the damage get reduced?
I have
You know
no
what I mean,
idea.
guys?
I don't know.
Maybe you should not use that on.
Yeah, don't use on LC.
Yeah. I didn't think about it.
Behold.
Problem is, LC doesn't have Armwood.
Unto battle.
That is true.
That solves all problems.
Really, really bad.
Annihilation. One of my exhorts. I am committed.
Getting armored now. That's what makes you happy. I'm happy.
No, I wouldn't get it and Blade Mail. That's too slow.
Aw, Johnny.
Anymore. We're not as useful.
So it is said. Infelicitous. Plucked from the arcanery. Pretty.
You should get back a bit, Lulu.
I will try and try being the king.
I'm here.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
There you go.
Sparks going top.
Okay.
Such tedium. Away, hence.
He was no, he just turned it.
Got him.
Nice.
No cell can hold me.
Do we pause for Storm?
No.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
That's
Decent thing to do.
If his team doesn't even care.
Yeah.
Look, his team doesn't even care. Why should we?
They really don't care.
I'm ready to kill everybody.
Hey, as a fan, you know I have a attacker Kunkka video, right? I have an attacker Kunkka video right on my channel. I think it's got like, I don't know, 30 or 40,000 views.
I'll keep it in mind. So it is said, an incantation exort arcana, known only to me.
That was a really hard kill. You know.
You dare fight me?
I think this game is over.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Cowardly. Experience true swiftness.
Dueling Slark bottom. Damn, he saw me.
Athwart my
No,
path.
doesn't matter.
I'm the Widowhook.
Fight me.
Let's go.
Of armor and will. The learned one strikes.
Crystal Maiden's there.
I got her. I don't got her.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You actually blinked right in front of me right before I was.
Speed forge, spirit. Who threatens my concentration?
Oh shit.
It doesn't matter.
Concentration.
Some games by this minute they used to have 100 deck power only.
Over yon, assault. Enlightenment stands ready from the great mystery. Attack. Kaoru's most cunning fabrications. This bores me. The power. You'll look upon me. Well away.
I'd like to go to Shrine for mana. Anyone want? Bottom Shrine? Oh wait, I've got Invis. I'm gonna stay with Slark.
From deep within true arcana.
Yeah, go.
I cannot.
Oh, you dead. Not dead.
He's dead.
Dead.
Used too many spells though.
Yes.
Alright, point tiger money.
I proceed. Blink dagger.
And now it's gone.
Thus and so. Vex exalt.
The enemy's bottom
Did you guys know that a tower actually counts as a CS?
You will.
Yeah.
It does? Oh. Here you get gold. I didn't think it counts as a CS.
Set it to
Man, that is one force storm.
Bunka's got 1k gold.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, you're very deep inside.
Who cares? They're all dead.
Holy shit.
Bleed out. for the dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
Doesn't have Shadow Blade though.
Slark doesn't have anything.
How did
He walks faster when he's out of vision.
Yeah, but he had vision on this side of the tree where he killed him.
There's a spot through here that you can cut through. Right here. This is where he went.
Dueling, someone.
Just get the storm! Gosh! Jump!
No.
The storm has nothing! Just jump!
You're right.
Over here now.
And Storm is coming back.
Yeah, rage buyback.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Spirit, Rex, exhort. Elementals. Fight me.
I'm damn. Dueling them. Take that.
Oh man.
Try it.
Monster kill.
Let's end.
The enemy's middle tower has The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
No! Okay, we got it.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Exhort, of course. Gaster's mandate of impetuous strife. There to smolder Bola. Fine. There you go.
Oh, you still on there? Oh, no.
No, don't go. No.
GG goes.
Swiftness.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I need to go back.
Got no mana.
Oh, what I miss? Of lethargy. Let the fun begin.
Took out half his life though.
You got Sunstrike for that guy?
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh man.
Almost.
My mind is my
Still being chased, Invoker.
He's out of mana.
He's out of mana, he's got 0.
Yeah, it's got zero.
Oh no!
But there's a CM.
Oh no!
Oh man. Why did I try to go back in?
They wiped us.
Yeah, we should just AFK.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
let's keep
time.
farming.
Yeah.
Need one of these now.
No, you're really farmed.
Nah, I'm just starting.
The modesty.
Damn tryhards, JT.
That's a...
Where's all the creeps?
What creeps?
Storm took it on his way back.
Oh man. Gotta prioritize those creeps though. Midas is worth more on farm anyway.
This Slark is so
Killing
poor.
Slark?
That Slark is not dead.
That was a practice shot.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Fucker.
Oh, missed hook.
Storm, what the?
It has 80,000 views, does it? I haven't checked it in a very long time. When I first released it, I think it had like 30,000 views in like 3 or 4 days. But then, you know, the number of views just goes down. So yeah, I know Attacker.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You kept them occupied. And the reason I chose the name Minsk for my avatar is because in Baldur's Gate Minsk has one ability. Special ability. It's called Berserk. He's going on in without.
Did you gaze while I dismembered?
Yeah. Wanted to make sure she's not going anywhere.
From the arcane. This exalt Trisolar. Wex exalt charming.
Radiant.
Oh man.
Damn it!
GG.
GG guys. Thanks for the game.
GG. You're welcome. Wanna play another one?
Yeah, sure.
do it.
Since you're streaming, do you go another one right away?
Do I want to what?
Are you gonna start another game right away?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm going to the bathroom.
So the answer is
English
no.
only, please. Thanks.
Be right back then too. I'm back.
Hi, back.
Hi guys.
Hey, everyone here? I just queued.
Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, queued started. I'm hearing double again for some reason.
Because you turned the stream on?
Yeah.
Nope. Yes.
Hey guys, no racism. I'll be back into this voice chat when the stream or when the game starts.
Sure.
Hey man, I don't know why you gave me this number. Why did you give me this number? No, we're playing unranked party games. Oh, and by the way, Mark, do you still have that screenshot of you being an Immortal player? Yeah, it's a little bit of a beatdown. I think you just saw how much dual damage else he had, right? Hey, Mohammed, English only. Thank you. I can't read your name at all. That sounds very unfair, troll. Have a good night, Silvio. And we'll carry GT. Oh wait, you want me to be support, huh? Hey, Risky, hear a request for donation? Should we add PewDiePie to the list of banned words? Ugh. Oh, nah, they're just kids. They're just kids. It's okay. Oh, you don't want PewDiePie? Well, I mean, if you guys want to vote on this issue, I don't really particularly care. You know, you have a really high IQ. Well, thank you, Daniel Smith. Highly skilled. Should have been a queen player for auto chess. Too bad you don't play the game. You know what it is, Daniel? I'm just too lazy to learn. I'm a Dota 2 streamer, so everyone comes here to watch me play Dota 2, so I play Dota 2. The new blue shirt kid, excuse me? I have a feeling I'm double your age, okay, man?
Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Trying to maintain composure, cause I didn't have to know what all the feelings that I showed her. The times I got to hold her, love notes in the folder. I'm dying to expose her, but really it ain't even worth it. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? This scenario was perfect. I trust nobody but God Almighty, and I know that He like me cause I'm different from society. But the women in it depriving me, devils in disguise, they eyeing me.
Your turn to pick.
How much I can fucking take. Every day my heart breaks, cause I know that if
Hello, Hector from Cuba.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn.
Hey man, I'm not Indian. I have no idea about these blue shirt kids, right? Does anyone who is not Indian know anything about this shit? Hey Razzie, you're welcome for the music.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Be successful, have a wife and have a son named Thomas. A nice house to call garage with a white picket fence around it. Maybe give in to the clowning. Quit leave my fans astounded. Delete my fan page, my Twitter, and all the people on it. And no more.
You know what, JT, you might be right.
Seems like that's a bargain. And I'ma do it to prove it. This is the end of my story.
It came out kind of weird though. If that's the case, my bad. Hello, Kodor.
Your turn to pick.
What the fuck is going on? These two are the supports. Who's the mid? Panda mid? It's going pretty well, Kodor. How are you? Hi, Edward. I'm Indian, even I don't know about them. Yeah, maybe it's one of those new age, you know, kids born in the 2000s kind of thing. People born in the 2000s, man? You know what I mean? They're a little different from people born in the 90s and the 80s. They're younger, you know? Yeah, Koda, I'm here every day.
Run out. As you wish.
It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Do we know these guys? Wait, I'm not in the voice chat.
It's in the bag.
Do we know these guys?
We played.
Remember Milk? Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
He was the invoker with the 30-minute Midas.
Oh, right. We lost because of him. Yeah, right.
Yeah, he got a 30-minute Midas.
That's gotta be a record.
I fight.
I think that last game was a record for me almost.
You're super farmed.
That was like 510 Midas.
So you say?
Oops.
30 seconds to battle.
I bring my blade.
They don't have detection for me.
Actually, I'm just gonna run. I'm just straight run at them.
I go.
Are you shocked they don't have a sentry?
I'm
expecting go Skywrath, Ricky.
They're safe lane to have sentry when I play Ricky.
Yeah.
The battle begins.
Can you cut Luna off?
I tried.
Ricky?
I used
of course.
Stun.
Ah, you know, I'm wasting too much time. I'm gonna do a mid.
As you wish.
I wasn't sure if I wanted to commit a skill point for that. We were...
I think if you got open wounds, maybe we can kill. Maybe.
Yeah.
I committed a skill point.
Ooh, damn.
But like we weren't close enough though. They weren't standing there.
Swiftly now. You die.
Text this guy going.
Last. Already moving.
I think we can kill him.
I don't have anything except silence.
Look me in the eye. A fine idea.
Oh. Shit.
Stun him?
No, I don't.
Can I get some fucking last hits?
Don't worry
I'm missing
about
everything. Jesus.
Okay.
On it.
He's stuck. I'm hurt.
As you wish.
Yeah, sentry.
Those who tangle with the Sky Wrath risk a fall from starry heights.
Lulu, are you pulling?
I tried, but I was too slow.
You see my face. Of course.
I'll pull the next one.
Swiftly now. Yeah. Already moving.
Kind of harassing.
Attack. Strength is mine. A fine idea. Tonight. Gonna fight. You are mine.
Yeah, but Job, how often do you see me play jug mid?
Oh, okay.
What coward runs? Stand and face me.
Can't kill him.
Forward. Your death approaches.
Oh, I'm gonna lose.
I cannot pull again, damn. So,
Don't worry about it. We'll get the next wave.
My power increases. What coward runs? Very well. On it. Agreed.
Oh wait, there's a fucking region over there.
To battle.
Ouch.
Sucker.
I go.
Runes are up soon.
So you say.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You fucking try to arrow me, bitch?
Death dealer. You are mine.
And I need the shrine.
Oh wow.
what am I missing?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Very well.
Your middle
You
tower
want a
is
shrine?
under attack.
Yeah, I'll TP in a second.
Alright.
To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Battle Fury!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Yeah. Run if you can.
What the?
No less than I deserve. Blast. Of course.
Bottom is missing again.
She's top.
Both of them, I mean.
I bring my blade. A fine idea. Onward.
Yeah, where is bottom? What the fuck?
I don't know.
As you wish.
Bottom is top.
Both of them?
Already.
She just sent a
Kill
third
top.
arrow.
Kill Luna, kill Luna, kill Luna, kill Luna.
far away.
They run really quick.
Swiftly now.
No!
Oh shit!
That was so bad of me. Everyone report me.
Okay.
Where's he? I'm dead.
As you wish. It is not time. Yes. Look me in the eye.
Your top tower has fallen.
Panda uses ultimate?
No.
No.
Okay.
Agreed. Forward.
Oh shit! Almost died there.
I fight.
I think this lane's gonna be easy now. You can go some Russell if you want to.
No.
As you wish. On it.
What the fuck? Fucking Luna ganked me?
Radiant structures are
These guys are coordinated. I have to try.
I love early tier 1 because I can farm now. This is easy.
You're so slow. And the boots.
Oh
Coming back in. Panda doesn't have enough mana for his ult.
Not yet.
Where's my fucking...
Swiftly now.
Rage buyback.
Rage.
Oh.
I'm gonna shrine bottom.
Finally got boots.
I don't need it.
I go.
Got it.
Fine idea. Onward.
Is that the real Morana? Is that
Yeah.
illusion?
Your middle tower
I
is
think
under
it's
attack.
the real one.
Fastest blade in the land.
What the fuck?
Not
I think she gave up.
It's an honor.
Shrine.
They're coming for you.
Did Panda use his ult? I don't think he did. I think he still got it.
No, he has not. Ah, too late.
Ah, I damned it.
So you say.
Oh my god.
It's not time. I am not ready.
Oh no! Oh, my wand was on the wrong hotkey. Oh man. Oh man, I was spamming my Wraith Band. Oh,
Shit.
he got you good.
Returns.
3 bottom and I can defend it. I cannot.
Your bottom tower is under
I have
attack.
to walk back.
I have a TP's on cooldown.
At height. I'm not proud. Already moving. Come and go.
Shit! Holy shit!
Time.
Oh my god, the fucking Omni Slash!
It's okay, we got him.
Yeah.
Very well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Stand and face me. Look me in the eye. Onward. I'm not ready. I fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If you can.
No, Skywrath is here.
As you wish. Agreed. Battle Fury!
Yeah, and they're 3 now on the tower.
Holy fucking shit, this Skyra.
Attack. Stand and face me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
They have shit tons of bracers.
Has fallen. Radiant
Great.
structures are fortified.
That's the best news.
Your bottom tower
You tell them to buy
is
some more
under
bracers for me.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I would thoroughly enjoy more
Your
bracers.
bottom tower has
I will
fallen.
not forget this. Yeah. To battle. I go.
Drow.
Coming.
I got in. Forward. What a waste.
Oh, the jump.
A fine idea.
I stopped chasing him, bottom farming.
I know, I was protecting Lulu because she caught an arrow.
Thank you.
Practice comes strength.
Ricky, you might need dangers.
Yeah, I'll make sure to grab it so they can't see me.
This'll come in handy.
As you wish.
I really like what Ricky says when he gets them.
He says something when he gets the invis.
Yeah, it says, oh, this is redundant.
Invisibility? Juggernaut! Already?
Nope.
As you wish. Your death approaches. Go to my master.
To get the best item now, we're safe, guys. No problem. Easy game.
Oh yeah.
It's an honor. I'm not ready.
I'm okay. I'm
It is not
just fucking around with him.
on it. Swiftly now.
You should have ran.
What coward runs?
I'm not here to fight. I'm here to save you. You can't face them.
I see that now. They used like...
You were taking that deep stroke?
What the fuck?
Not. The mask.
No, TD Loon out of nowhere.
They're all here.
Can we fight without Jug? Question?
Maybe.
Yeah, you can.
No, Luna's there.
You can
Luna's
fight.
there. No. There's four. There's four.
I'm gonna TP there in like 5 seconds. You can fight.
Panda has no mana for.
Yeah, fight. I'm going in.
Wanna go on Underlord now? We got it.
My finest work.
Nice.
More bracers, please.
As you wish.
Panda has his ult
Your
still.
middle tower is under attack.
Good, if you can.
That's good. There you go.
And I'm done.
Not necessarily. Just keep running.
Face me.
Just keep running.
Oh my god.
Jesus, rooted twice. Silenced. Well, that's unfortunate for Skywrath.
See, Lulu? I'll protect you.
Thank you.
The shield.
What about me?
Not dead.
Yeah, you're good, Ricky. You're good.
Yeah, I'm fine.
It is not time.
You're a man, you can defend for yourself,
That's
right?
sexist.
Right? Being sexist against women and I'm one. Does that count?
Pretty sure you
Yes.
have more health than I do. If I didn't have my bracer.
Dire structures are fortified.
Swiftly now. It is not time.
There's fucking nothing here to farm. Ooh, Eclipse beat. Oh man, this guy's so tanky. So strong.
I'll take that.
I'll take that as tribute. Onward. Yes. Not yet. Slim business. You are mine. At last.
Frostbite?
Very well.
Yeah, there's sentries everywhere, man.
This panda's here again. What the fuck?
I go.
Okay, man.
Already moving.
Blink on Panda.
Yeah.
Of course.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Oh, he doesn't have much mana. We can kill him if you just wait for me to lower his HP a bit.
I'm gonna come and join you, try and kill him. If you wait, if you... It's up to
Oh man, I didn't think he had his ultimate again. Kill the green panda? Kill green panda?
It is not time. I'm a pro.
Oh man. Oh, I guess we both used our ultimates.
What coward runs.
Skywrath's coming for you.
Pushing tower?
Bang.
I'm gonna fucking level 18.
He's fast. Okay, your ultimate, okay?
Easy.
Nice.
I fight.
Dire structures are fortified.
Fortify the creep, what are you gonna do? Can't kill me? Too fast? Look at this shit. Creep too fast. Zero.
Approaches.
They're still going.
Go back.
Dude, they're fucking bait. What are they doing?
What coward runs?
Okay, Lulu, you.
You're really deep, Lulu.
But I like it deep.
Oh god.
There's a time and place for this.
There we go. Custom cooldown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're doing healing war, dude. Oh.
So you say?
Oh no, they have a sentry here somewhere.
You blocked their own path.
No way. I'm dead.
Already moving.
Enemy's bottom lane
Unstoppable.
As you wish. Run if you can. Stay down. Forward.
Sentry's likely somewhere over there.
Where?
As you wish.
Told me the sentry. They don't have anything.
Oh no, oh, I want it. I want it. I want it.
I want the regen.
And the bounties.
Razzie, yeah, that's the joke.
This'll come in handy.
What coward runs?
Lulu, you're
Yeah,
gonna
that
die.
double root is actually really
Oh, Lulu's dead.
It's an honor. Forward. So you say? It is not time.
Double damage and ruin.
I bring my blade.
Evasion or lifesteal?
Asian.
I am
Asian, yeah. I think going Asian is best.
You know how it is, Lulu.
Agreed. Double damage.
Go, Roshan.
Last.
Oh, they're here. It's almost over, right?
I get dust.
Yeah, give or take, about 350.
Finish your run?
It is not time.
Oh, it's finished.
Hello?
Yeah. Yep.
Attack. Stand and face me. Your enemy approaches.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Death dealer.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh my god, I'm bursting me. Alright, draw, I got a healing ward down.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
What the fuck are they hitting me for?
The enemy's middle
They want you?
has fallen.
Bitch.
They want it.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Finish?
Well, that's GG.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit!
Monster kill!
This is arrogance.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Oh, Ricky.
I didn't actually think you could hit me from there.
GG.
See you later, Colcarney.
What a game! I enjoyed that.
I'm glad you had fun. Hey Job, you know what kind of movement speaks really loudly? See you later, Razzie. Oh, JT.
Lulu Viper mid.
Done.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh my god, I'm going to get my ass kicked.
I don't know, your Viper's pretty good.
He didn't say you have to be solo mid, technically.
Yeah, just show up mid for like a few seconds and then you're good.
Yeah, support Billy mid. Simple.
What are you guys talking about?
Are you reading stream chat?
Donated so I can play Viper mid.
Oh, nice. You're going for the Atos Greaves build?
Yeah, probably.
Why do I use eye tracker? So I can show you guys what I'm looking
It's
at.
not a. It's really easy build, but it's a lot of.
I've
mana
been playing
consuming.
Viper a lot.
Oh.
No begging / advertising. Sub trade, that's like basically dick sucking for dick sucking, you know? And you guys don't even watch each other's videos. Useless subs. Just make good content if you want to have a good YouTube channel. Thanks, ASDF. I'll suck your dick, you suck my dick. What do I think about undying this patch? I don't have any opinion. I don't really play undying, so.
Your turn to ban.
I should ban Viper.
Oh, don't do it.
I was about to ban Viper. Thank you for reminding me. Honestly, I was about to ban it.
Do it. Oh man.
Your turn to pick.
It's really funny because in this bracket, I don't think they picked the Viper.
Blue, what support do you want?
They pick Viper in every bracket.
10 seconds remaining.
Blue's not here. Let me write it.
No, I'm here.
Are you here? What support do you want?
Hey. I don't know, man. Play whatever you like.
Your turn.
No, seriously. What support do you want?
Play Crystal Maiden.
I want the best support. Number 1.
Oh, Roger.
Rank number 1.
Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Okay, if you want Crystal Maiden.
Thanks. Techies!
Oh, fucker. I was actually thinking of playing Techies this game.
You should have picked him.
Good, because I'd rather play against him than with him.
Oh really? I'd rather play with him than against
I'll be a pseudo Techies by getting Rubik.
Your turn to pick.
Viper. Just a sec. Do you want a word to?
Your turn to pick.
For mid? There you go.
Thanks.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Blue, whenever you want me to freeze someone, just click on him. Okay?
Okay. Would you prefer left click or right click?
Middle click.
Middle click? Yeah.
Okay, middle finger it is.
Your turn to pick.
Oh my god, I'm going to be mid against the Invoker, which was ancient last season.
You got this.
Yeah. Selling your soul for money. I know how it feels. I remember when I had donations to play sniper without any abilities.
That game again. That game would have been fine if it weren't for the people in the game.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I suppose some of them did donate for sniper no abilities, right?
This one is in the bag.
Yeah, JT. Crusader Lulu versus Ancient Invoker. Hey Lulu, I think you just put down another toxin. You get your last hits, and you go into the jungle, and then you go back to lane, and you don't even have to kill the Invoker, you don't have to do anything, you just put down another toxin.
That's what I was thinking about.
buy a lot of mangoes.
No, you just get your level 4 aura.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Another way to get one.
No.
30 seconds to battle.
No, I mean get it. And a new TM doesn't have a level. Yes, start with it.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna put it freeze.
Level 4 right now.
Level 4 right now.
You need level 4 right now.
Wait a sec.
Yeah.
Here, fishy, fishy.
Didn't work. I tried.
Hello,
Why
help me
are
over
you
here.
there? Yeah, why there didn't you go?
The battle begins.
Stay out of my way and make me first blood. I've been wanting to say that since this all began.
Take my tango.
Yeah, I'm good. I know I have a lot of regen coming.
No, you did. I watched you.
Middle is missing.
Nice one.
Oh, he's here.
It's a beat down. Yeah. I see it. Right through here. Don't get caught.
Wait, let me eat that. No, stop.
No.
Oh,
Damn it. I'm gonna stay back a bit. Yeah.
You know how to pull?
Yeah, sure. Just not this way.
You can pull this way if you just eat that tree and then you go like that.
Yeah, but I'm late.
Yeah, you are. Pull the small camp.
I'll try and double.
Yeah. Yeah. Denied. You sure? I'm under attack. That's right.
Just range grip. When?
You sure?
How do retaliate stacks work?
The more you click him, the more he right clicks for when he activates it. Yeah, like when he turns it on, like it's really powerful. I underestimated it not too long ago.
I still don't understand.
Okay, the more you click him, the more stacks he has, right? And if he...
How do I get stacks, I guess?
Oh,
when
they
you
need
get
to
hit
click
by
you.
enemy hero or tower.
So why do I have one right now?
Because I'm gonna hit you once. And you activated it. When you activate it, it consumes all charges. All previous charges.
So why is it still?
He doesn't have win run, okay? Can you...
Because no one's hitting you. Creeps don't give you stacks,
Right,
only heroes. In tower.
I didn't have boots to catch up to him, but I've got freeze again.
Does it fade like Slark's shift?
I do not think so. I don't know.
How do I lose
yeah.
stack?
When you use it, when you activate the ability, you'll lose it.
I'm going around to catch him.
So
Omni's missing.
Stack up forever.
I think there's a max.
Hey, wait for a pound stand.
Should have waited.
12 or 13 or something
He's
like that.
he doesn't have win run still. You can kill him. Oh man.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Nice.
I tried to wait as much as I could.
That's okay.
You got another card?
I'm level
2
5
seconds.
and Invoker is level 4.
Bash! Okay.
You've got creeps here, Blue, if you want to.
You farm it.
Okay.
I understand now, makes sense.
You're mine now.
Where's my level 4?
Now you're tough.
Now he has win run, I'm sure. Holy shit.
Oh, damn. I'm not there, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I didn't know Tech was there. 5-minute runes, please.
Alright.
I died, but I took the...
Worst day fishing is still better than the best day being dead. Hey, sport.
Dude, man, Pounce 2 is so shit. Why did I get Pounce 2?
Wanna get her?
Don't get caught. Oh, this is going swimming.
I'm silenced.
Uh-huh.
Quiver is empty.
As soon as cooldown was over, I cast it, sorry.
That's okay, man. You don't have to justify it.
No, no, I don't like to let my
You're doing
carries
fine,
die when
man.
I'm a support. I feel bad about it.
Please dash. Here we go, let's go.
Right through here.
There you go.
There we go.
Over here.
Pounce 2, man? I fucking Pounce 2.
That's right. Yeah.
Invoker is here.
I don't have freeze.
I got this one.
Omni's missing.
Careful.
Charge him.
I see.
Get him.
4 seconds to charge.
No,
Nah, I'm just gonna chase him a bit.
Yeah, body block.
Thanks. Wait, I want to shrine bottom.
There is a ward up there, by the way.
Hey, come shrine and see him. Wait, Lulu, don't activate the shrine.
Nope.
Okay, shrine, come.
Thanks.
It's the far right one. Techie's coming top.
It's a beatdown. You're bound.
Holy shit, there's 4 up here.
Come on, I won't hurt you.
Did you get the essence shift?
Oh yeah, man.
From that distance? I mean the permanent thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Nice one. Mine, right?
If Invoker turns invisible, you got sentry here.
Oh, nice.
Damn it, I got it again.
You wanna get
Sorry.
that, Magnus?
With a little fish.
It's not- See, don't be worried about whatever ranking.
Actually, I did
2
do
seconds.
pretty well in the lane considering.
I'm sure you
Well, you're
didn't
a
just
Viper.
have time to watch.
I still did not expect to do that well in the lane against an ancient.
Told you you're good, Lulu.
I have a donation of
ward.
creeps.
You need somewhere word, guys.
Water is missing.
Here, all yours.
Nice one. That's right.
Nope.
Seconds mid.
I'm gonna blow up his bombs one by one.
There's no escape. You sure?
Cam in res.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I am 5.6. Are you serious, man? Like, you think you can just kill me like that?
No, no more chasing.
Your bottom tower
Middle is missing again.
Invoker just teleported top.
I'm going to fix them.
And
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You charge bottom after I hit 6.
Yeah, okay.
Your bottom tower
focus.
is under
Careful,
attack.
they're both full.
Will I win? I don't know, man.
Is here.
Can you tell the future?
There's 4 top. Charging.
I'll TP in 7 seconds.
Your top tower is under
I
attack.
think we should be fine.
And,
Is under attack.
no way.
It's fine, man. It's just fine to take the kill.
I'm really used to people complaining so much about this shit.
Ah, man, I don't complain.
Yeah, whenever
He used
people,
to me.
when other people say this, I always tell them I don't care. It's a team game. As long, even if I'm the carry, doesn't matter if they take the kill. But some people take offense.
I think if you save your abilities and then you wait for the last second to cast, then it's like, oh, okay, that's a little, you know, greedy. But
No, I just auto-cast. I didn't use abilities.
yeah, I know you didn't.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, going on the left of the tower. Yeah, you did.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, there's you.
You're mine now.
It'll be a while, give me a sec. I also don't have ult. Yeah.
You're not Viper. They're just gonna run.
Whee! I'm just gonna run.
Let me take this for you.
Lulu.
Oh shit. I was looking for it.
I play everything. Snoppy.
That's right.
Okay, we got small chem stack.
Thanks, man.
If you hit attack ground, Lulu, it'll automatically charge or attack it for you.
Oh, I'm not there.
No, I'm just trying to fuck with her.
Okay.
I got this one.
Nice.
Good fuckery.
Hi, Alec. How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, Alex.
After him. Right through here. Good.
There's a haste here.
There's no escape.
I'm back top.
Here's the keep it here.
coming around if I can.
Careful, they have a lot of
Mine. Check for mine because I have Frank blow up. Yeah. Just gonna kill it off.
Yeah.
Any other mines? Come on.
Unintentional stack.
Don't get caught. More like it. I'll take that.
This'll come in handy.
And the dust.
Charging Wind Ranger. Don't think you need it, but give you vision.
Gotcha. You're mine.
Nice.
I'll be out of this mess in. That's right. Not yet. Right. Anywhere but here.
How do you become a pro player? Practice.
This way. All part of the plan. Hello there.
If you guys wanna go on Invoker, I've got dust.
Okay. Go.
Okay.
So you didn't even need dust.
I'm under attack.
And I'm dead because of
I like it.
You're dead?
No, no.
You're dead?
Just on the inside.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Right through here.
Oh my god, what a nice power shot.
And I was just gonna make you invest so we can reject.
English only, please.
Pretty sure you just gave away the position of the board with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna reward if they deward, I'm gonna reward.
Could you please not put it in the same spot?
Honestly, I was having fun more than anything else.
The light hurts my eyes.
This is way too relaxed compared to how I'm used to playing Dota, really.
Now you're talking.
Look like
Is there a real one there, Magnus?
Yeah.
Come on. I won't hurt you.
Job, small set.
Oh jeez.
Evoker Omni comment.
Ooh, what a nice freezing field.
I tried. Not sure it was the best, but I tried.
Not yet. It's a beatdown.
You got that, Slurk.
Ult the thingy.
Oh, I died.
Ult it.
Oh, I finally died.
There you go.
6-2.
Stop it.
He saved his heal just to damage you and died because.
Oh man.
Yeah, ulti was down. Well, more words to come.
Stay in the area, Lulu. Stay in the area.
Okay.
Lulu?
I'm coming.
Go!
Atos.
I'm not sure. Did you really like the freezing field?
Hey,
or was it a
knockback,
bad
you
one?
just-
'Cause I didn't get it.
No, it's good, man.
I don't really play Crystal Maiden that much, so I can't tell.
It's fine, man. No, your freezing field's good.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna
Creeper madness.
reward bottom.
You sure? That's right.
Naga Siren.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Huh?
I'm dead.
How I wish I had this back at Dark Reef. Yeah.
No, the catapult sees me here. No way. Come on, really? How the hell does the catapult see uphill?
They must have words though.
No, I think one of them saw me for just a millisecond, and the catapult got time to hit me once.
I got this one. I'm not ready.
Oh, the mana burn. Oh, no, I got mana burn me.
Kill him.
Who's the highest rank watching my stream?
Top 5.
Cass used to watch my stream a lot, and he's like 7.9k. Yeah, probably Cass.
Oh, Lulu, you had Greaves. Could have saved.
Your middle tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
sorry.
Oh, whatever.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's okay, man. No one really cares what MMR is.
Windrunner.
I can't kill him.
Can you go?
I mean, it's what? I think it's already going there.
Yeah, we're 5 stacked.
Invoker's here.
I'm here.
I don't want to do this.
Okay, I'm stopping. I stopped on the cliff.
Regeneration.
At least they can't see me here.
More like it.
Do you want to go on this guy?
Nope, I'm going.
Careful, man. I don't know about this.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Coming as fast as I can.
Haha, anti-combat.
That's right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I get stacks from tower damage? Fuck yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, that's
Tower and hero.
sit by towers all. Get my stacks
Oh, yeah.
up.
That's a legit strategy.
Yeah. All right. Key tower.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yo, my MMR's 5.6k. Milan, are you like Immortal player? Trying to give me advice?
Blue, you play Lion support a lot more than I play support in general. Where else can I work is useful right now?
Let me out of here.
No, we can't do that. There's no way.
No.
I don't play turbo.
What a tornado.
If you run away from me, you're certainly dead.
Oh my god, I screwed up that combo so bad.
Let it go. No. Another toxin for the win.
You sure?
And get boom.
I'm out of mana. I got hit by EMP.
Techies. Techies. Look here.
By the way, I gotta ask you because you're like English native speakers or whatever.
Yep.
Why I always read the name of that hero Visage, like French.
It is Visage.
Is it?
Technically.
I heard other people call him Visage.
Yeah, Americans.
It sounds better to my ear like Visage. It's like natural somehow.
Isn't that how he calls himself? I always call
Yeah, he calls himself Visage.
I tend to go with the name that
Stop
they
fucking
say.
advertising here and no one cares your top 100. Even if you even if you actually are. Which are highly doubt you are. Fucking boosting. No one gives a fucking shit.
Time to word there. I bet.
Now you're talking. Here, fishy, fishy. You sure?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, heart on fucking Slark? What the fuck?
If I see her.
No, that's a load of shit. Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't buy BKB or Scotty. Let's buy a heart. What the fuck? Oh, dumb. Not even good.
Jesus.
That was a weird place to put her.
I didn't expect that second and third dash.
Okay, let's go this way.
I don't think I can save you, but I'll try.
No, you should.
Oh, they've got sentries here. I tried. Well, you're alive still.
I said I didn't need saving.
Yeah, he's pretty tanky. You don't need to save him.
Ah, shit.
If you knew, you shouldn't have just gone in first.
You baited me in, basically, is what happened. So you're, yeah, whatever, it's fine.
No, I can get out probably, but you screwed it up.
Honestly, I don't mind
No,
dying.
so
I'm
I can-
position 5, but I didn't think anyone else was coming.
But you said
Yeah,
you
thank
knew
you for
he didn't
donation.
need saving.
No.
So you.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I knew. I knew he is tanky. Okay, fair enough. I can live with that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Top 100 player.
Your middle tower.
What a fucking joke.
MKB.
This way.
I'll be better for me, guys. Next.
I'm mad? Why would I be mad? What am I mad about? Do I sound mad to anyone? The fuck?
You're a Viper.
Right.
Oh, I got it.
He sees you. He sees you.
I'm not small sad. I think it's the anonymity of the internet.
But
No reason? I banned someone for no reason? Have you read chat rules?
They have no
In the chat rules it says no advertising. He was
why do
advertising.
they have two sentries in the same area?
He's also being toxic. He's like, oh, I'll boost your account. First of all, boosting is wrong. Second of all, he's implying that he's better than me, even though he told me to buy heart on Slark. So, yeah, there's a lot of reasons to fucking mute that guy. No reason? Oh my god, you're just dense, man.
You're mine now.
Holy moly. Centaur is playing with fire.
Dude, I can do whatever I fucking want. I'm a fucking centaur.
Alright, that sounds legit.
And can I do whatever I want since I'm Elsa?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Just let it go, man. Let it go.
Yeah, I let.
Thanks, Elsa.
Apparently, I just let Blue go.
Yeah, you did. Oh my god.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Why is she using her ulti on me? Or didn't she? I don't know. So of all the places I could have been in the universe, I was in exactly the right place to shackle Blue.
They used Fortify. We should push after we're up again. Or Roche or both.
Are you dumb? You're
Probably
offering
push them, right?
boosting services. And implying you're better than me. You're offering to boost me. You told me to buy a heart on Slark.
For me this game.
Yep, for this build, Scepter is very good and Kaya is very good as well for this build.
Log into your top 100 account. Post a screenshot.
Yep, but I usually think about that item.
Go ahead, man. Okay, bro. Log into the account. Go ahead.
I want that.
I mean, after other item.
I got this one.
Yeah. If you're top 100, then I'm Miracle.
Nice. Right.
Oh wow.
Mana.
I have BKB coming. Holy shit. Yeah, if he says one more dumb thing, JT just ban him.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Another.
Do you think you're smart too? First of all, what makes you believe that he's top 100? Go ahead, answer that question, Nuha. He told me to buy a heart on Slark. A heart on Slark. Let me go ahead, man. Answer that question. Why do you think he's top 100? Because he says so?
I'll word Roshan in case you want to do it.
Oh, okay, never mind, just run. Alt 1. You get a lot of,
Oh shit.
pretty sure. No, Omni's there to heal.
Waiting for your reply. Okay, smart guy?
Respawn and die. Right through here. Oh, this is going swimming.
You know what, small stat, you're probably right.
I see. Here, fishy, fishy.
That blink scared me.
Over here.
Really? They dewarded this fast here?
Job, I'm not even talking to you, man.
Right. Don't get caught. Psst. This way. Yeah.
Going to take him.
Kara. Viper's not here.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Wind Ranger needs to die, man. She actually does a lot of damage.
Oh shit, I'm on right.
That's right.
I'm sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh yeah, they have techies. I haven't seen them in a while. One of those Naga real?
No, they're
fakes?
not.
They're all illusions.
Oh, Wind
I
Ranger's
want to high
dead.
ground, but I don't know if you guys want to.
I'm scared of techies. Do we have detection?
I've got this, but no more words. I just put all the words I... never mind.
He's probably got a bunch
4 words
of bombs.
coming. 4 words coming. I put them all around here, here, and they do.
Holy shit.
Oh, found some of them.
I found a lot of them.
The enemy's bottom barracks.
And got for bulldoze.
Dire structures are
Please fortify again.
Fucking Naga annoying.
Tower is under attack.
Where do you want sentries?
Trying to if you hold down alt, you can see the window.
Let's start.
Oh, there it is.
Does.
Holy Jesus.
Yeah.
Literally, we should attack the bombs.
I'm trying. Okay.
There we go.
Techie's down. Mid is free. Just take the tower, Lulu. Take the tower.
Guardian agrees with me? Oh, never mind.
Run!
Should be already out of hand. They're all dead.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No, I need more damage for next item. I have a butterfly or something. I think the Wind Ranger's the most powerful hero, huh?
Jesus.
No, you're not gonna kill her.
Oh, try it.
No, that wasn't.
You wouldn't have gotten close.
No, there's no way.
So quiet, man. Where's all that smartness? Huh? And also, where's the screenshot of top 100 player, huh? Where is it?
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
They still haven't taken a tower yet? Oh, they took it now.
No, this is the first tower, yeah.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Anywhere but here.
I can't even kill a Naga illusion. Jesus.
Yeah, she's got a heart now, so really tanky. I need to hunt this fucking Wind Ranger.
Go on.
Hi, Luke.
He's a big
Oh, it's
I
like this here.
like it. You sure?
You guys want to roll?
That's why I'm waiting here in case Slark wants to roll.
Yeah, we should do it.
Trying to take rooms.
Hey, let's get these 40-minute runes first. I'm gonna run to grab, maybe grab the bottom ones.
Now you're talking. Yeah. I'll take that.
I can get Lincolns, but I have BKB already.
I'm gonna go get something to drink while my
Tower is under attack.
beast raid boss attacks this.
Oh, okay.
Auto attacks this guy.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I'm gonna come and help you because I've got such good attack power.
Oh, okay.
No, 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 no.
No, don't grab that.
Yeah.
This fucking cunt ranger.
Did they deward?
Over here.
Your middle tower
Again?
is under attack.
Yeah.
I need more
Your
damage.
middle tower is under attack.
I really need damage. Hold on, there's a big wave mid.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
How did we lose the tier 2? There's no heroes there.
Double
No,
catapult.
Naga illusions.
Yeah.
But I
High
mean, we have
damage.
5 heroes on our team.
Double catapult, Naga illusions.
Jesus, this techie says nothing.
Come and take the agent.
Alright.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
You sure?
Care center. How about yourself?
You want the double damage?
Yep.
I want
Just
that
keep
one.
it there. Just keep it there.
Yeah. Right.
I'm defending it. Life.
With your
Yeah,
life.
it's okay. No one's gonna pick it up.
I got this one.
I should word. Enough defense of the room. It sounds like the name of the game. Of a game. Defense of the room.
Careful. Butterfly.
Oh shit, so much damage.
You twice. Nice one.
Wow, Techies gives almost as much gold as I do. And
They fucking see me right here.
Illusion. Now you're talking.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, don't let them see you, okay, Lulu? Don't let the Wind Ranger see you.
Okay.
It's not time yet. Good. I'll take that.
Ooh, look here.
Yeah.
you should really get that first.
Yeah, sure. Done.
More like it.
And you should probably run because they're coming
Yeah.
for you. Yeah, you should have seen that coming.
Looking at the map is more important than looking at the mines. Like,
Yeah.
We saw 100% of that. As
But the mines were so healing.
There's no link. You didn't share any link.
I was
You're-
thinking attacking
You're
the
just
mines,
full of shit,
running
huh, man? I'm gonna ban you right now. Hor 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 hor
Yeah,
I'm
no,
Miracle, hor hor hor
feeding
hor.
like that really doesn't help.
What a fucking idiot.
Wind Ranger has pretty good reflexes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does. And she's one of their better players.
Alright. Nice one.
I don't charge for 5
I've got
seconds.
sentry there.
I'm good. I'm good. Like you guys don't let me get debated by me.
You sure?
Oh, you should someone.
Use your ult. You heal a lot with your ult, Lulu. Stupid sleep.
Hmm.
He has Aegis.
Care.
Jesus.
Uh-oh. Oh man, Wind Ranger's so good.
Your top tower has fallen.
Remember when I asked you a question earlier? Hey Nuha, remember when I asked you that question? Do you remember how you just fucking ignored it? Cause you think that you're so fucking good? Here, you can join him. Do you guys think that you mean something to me? Do you think you can come in here and act like a piece of shit and you wouldn't get banned? Yeah, Hua. It's a hard game for Slurk. I need more items. Can you stop backseat gaming, all of you? Buy this item, buy Heart, buy Scouty, buy Basher, buy Battlefield. Guys, there's so many good items, just stop.
Yeah, so thick I'm choking on it.
You know what's a good item on Slark? Drum's good item, Boots of Travel good item, Moonshard good item, Pipe good items, Vessel good item, Nullifier good item, Sheep good item,
Only wanted to
Ocarina
word
Core
here,
good item.
nothing more. Go back.
Let me a thing.
You should just stand by.
Everyone has a fucking theory on what is a good item. I get it, honestly. Basher's not good here because I don't even have damage. My damage is pathetic.
This way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, they are going for mid.
Kill that fucking Wind Ranger.
Right through here.
Another shot.
And this Naga is gigantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't stop the Naga.
Oh my god.
Oh well, nice try, guys.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I should have ganked the Naga earlier. I didn't know she'd be so powerful.
She wasn't. The problem was we literally didn't do anything as far as pushing when I wanted.
Holy shit.
Bullseye.
The creep top that I was charging to died. So it stopped my charge. That's unfortunate.
This is the perfect moment when someone says, we didn't push earlier, and someone else should always go like, in a very upset voice, yes, we should have.
Oh, sorry guys, I couldn't carry you with Viper. This is the second game. This is my second game I lose with Viper this year.
It's okay, Lulu.
Fuck.
My Viper.
Alright, I got time for one more game, guys.
Alright.
So pose your full? What does that mean, Kodor?
So that Invoker was ancient too.
Yeah.
I think Wind Ranger was the
I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised.
Oh, Wind Range is Smurf too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we kind of dealt with Wind Ranger pretty decent in the early game.
So our lineup, we lose team fights every single time. They have Song, they have Invoker, they have Guardian Angel, they have Techies. Techies also stalled the game. Like, it's kind of scary to push into Invoker Techies. So our lineup, we actually rely very heavily on pickoffs. We can't really win team fights, but
I think
we have to be coordinated.
The Centaur tower taking is so easy. And I don't really care about even a pile of mines either. It's only going to be half HP instead of killing me.
I think you're not scared, but your team might be scared.
Right, but like if you guys stall somewhere else and make them scared, like and we I think not having sentries was kind of game losing actually.
They de-warded a lot. I put down. Well,
No,
let me just check.
It's not. No, the sentries are for pushing, not for vision or de-warding.
Yeah, I always also had them when we tried to push high ground.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
It's okay. We were actually winning until minute 40.
It doesn't matter, guys.
Yeah, shit happens.
Top 100 player got banned. Oh, it's the Wind Ranger and the Techies. Ban Techies.
Oh no.
Got it.
5 seconds remaining.
I would really.
Yeah, he wasn't even that good of a techies.
Yeah,
he really
should
wasn't.
Play techies again.
But I hate playing against Techies either way.
Your turn to pick.
Okay, back to support.
See, now what I don't want to play against is a fucking Jakiro, because fuck that hero.
Really? You don't like Jakiro?
No, I would much. Jakiro is actually useful. Contrast.
You should have told me. I could have picked Jakiro.
Your turn.
I can play mid or offlane. Be right back. Wash him.
Turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
What would be good here? Bristleback?
Okay, I got it. So that last game we lost because we actually kept trying to high ground siege. I'm pretty sure. Thanks.
We didn't siege enough.
No, I disagree with you. Listen. So our lineup is very, very good at picking people off.
I had a pick, hang on.
There's no bristle.
We have the Slark and we have the Spearbreaker, right? Two heroes who are very totally shit.
Maybe if you can play it. Sorry.
Totally shit at team fighting, right? We're just not good at team fighting. I mean, Viper is an okay team fighter. Crystal Main's an okay team fighter. We just don't have team fighting lineup. So, but we kept trying to push them. And when you push into tier 3, you're forcing team fights. So what we should have done was we should have done Roshan. Let them come to us, or we put observer wards near their tier 2 towers, and then when they come out, they eventually have to come out, right? So when the Invoker or like the Naga or Wind Ranger come out, we pick them off with the Slark Spiritbreaker, and then we push with a 4 versus 5 advantage or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
And we killed Wind Ranger and didn't push. That's why we lost.
I don't know, man.
Didn't Wind Ranger buy back?
Like no, that was later. At 30 minutes, okay. when we had the higher net worth, when we were at peak net worth, we killed Wind Ranger and did not push because we did not have sentries. That is exactly why we lost. That exact.
Well, all of us could have bought sentries.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay, guys. It ended. We lost. Let's win this one.
Only a fool would stand against me.
Payday.
Move out.
This one is in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Who's our 4?
I know.
Is that what?
Who's our 4?
I think Johnny.
Me.
Okay.
God's moving. I hunt.
Yeah, we might be able to get first blood.
Battle awaits. Move out.
Lulu, do you want to contest the rune? Because I normally don't in this setup. Ah, Jakiro's here.
What the? How did that not latch?
Follow my lead.
I think I can try to go and not take it.
I have to turn on the line. Turn on the line.
I can come and help you. Not yet, not yet. Don't stun yet.
No.
No.
What? How did that not latch? Man, I'm bad with this hero.
At last, it comes to blows.
Oh shit.
Just don't die. I couldn't body block enough. Trying now.
Shit.
Damn it, no? Oh, fuck. I tried to body
It's okay,
block.
we still got 2.
We got all 4 runes, I think.
Did we?
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, nice.
That's the right of it. Force march. Just hastening the inevitable.
I really need a Quelling Blade for this.
This way.
This line's bad. This is great.
To the front.
He's not even trying to stun you.
I wonder if he even has stun. I haven't seen him use a single skill. Maybe he mana drains.
Yeah, mana drain. Level 1 something.
I think I've done that once in a ranked game.
Doesn't matter. Our small camp?
Yeah.
Matter.
Melee range, by the way.
Come on.
hit once. I don't wanna hit.
Not as much. I've got this.
I've got a bit of lag here.
That's a kill.
At this rate, the whole god.
That's a kill too.
Kill him too.
Easy lane. GG. The game's already over.
Nice.
Don't.
Yep.
Try not to die there. Try and help me.
Oh, shit. Wow.
I'm gonna get so fat in this lane.
I harassed now.
Okay, I'm going back.
If no one else, I'm gonna need a courier in like 20 seconds.
This is a kill.
I think I can TP back and bring whatever you want.
We'll play 2 kills.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in a second.
Yeah, it's okay.
Dropped in base.
Nice.
It's a fucking kill fest. 3 kills, 2 minutes. Or 4 kills. 8 kills a minute. 2 heroes, 2 kills.
And there's a walk back too. The walk of shame.
Oh, walk shame!
Hey.
People are nice here, I like it.
Fuck you guys.
I see a lion.
Fuck you and fuck you and fuck everyone.
Fuck me?
He's already half
Fuck
dead.
you in particular.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, fine.
Go on this. Careful, Benny.
I don't have shit. It's fine.
Live stealer. Might be going for Midas.
Oops.
Actually, should have just kept fighting.
You needed to go back to the fountain anyway.
Yeah. But this was up when I died. So
Free ride back.
I could have just gotten 1 more gold.
1 more gold.
Man,
Oh
this
my
line's
God.
too poor to even buy sentries.
I'm sure. He's got like negative gold.
I'm stealing. Oh, he doesn't even have 1 gold
He doesn't
anymore.
even have gold to steal. It's like just 0 gold.
Yep, 0 gold.
You got this, Bunny?
I don't have enough.
See if I can slow her. There we go. She's fucking dead. It's yours. This lane is great.
Our lines will never break.
No!
Core lion doesn't even have gold left for me to steal.
Damn, he hits.
Level 2 lion.
Very
Dude,
hard.
we could dive this shit all the time.
Oh, I can
I'm
twitch
grabbing
people
green.
again.
How does he attack that fast?
To what end?
Hi, Milan. Life's good, man. How you doing? Oh shit, I'm gonna lose. Damn it. English only, please.
Go on this. Throw.
Oh, wait a minute. You're the same guys earlier.
I don't have any more. Oh, damn it.
I'm trying.
I'll TP.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's a confusing but delightful. Oh, the blues bottle. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. I'm under attack.
Can't on bottom here.
Easy latch.
I'm lagging or something. Can't move. I can't. Are you guys lagging or is it just me?
Yeah, I'm lagging up here.
Are you serious?
This is all lag kills. Maximum lag. It's the glitch kills up here.
That's the right of it.
Well, at least you got sentries now.
Not on this side.
Thought as much. Almost.
Look at me, I'm an axe.
I love that sound.
I need
Norwegian friends?
This way.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Top's missing. They have literally nothing except for stun hex. Alk is going top. I think Drow Lion's going mid.
Holy fuck, Trow's level 3.
Yeah!
Yeah, she got kind of wrecked.
We're laughing up here about this. It's great.
I'm coming, Billy.
And
okay.
If you can get bottom at some time.
Just die this bitch.
Of course.
I'll cut your bowstring, Drow.
I don't have much though. I have my ult for like 5. Oh, Jakiro's coming mid.
Missing.
My plate resounds. Have a spear goal.
You want to kill Alchemist in 10 seconds?
To what end? Have you count?
I'm gonna kill this line again.
Alright.
My spear leads the way.
Life's still in, yeah. I thought they would come with the creeps, but they didn't.
Poor Lion, honestly.
Do you don't have level 6 yet? Could have killed.
Morning, Tundra. Hey, Desco, do you have a problem?
Oh no, it's not. Fuck. 902 gold? What the fuck?
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I need something for mana.
I cannot get in there, I'm too low.
Doesn't even describe it. Need more time. Not ready.
No, and
Oh shit.
Alchemist is coming.
yeah.
I'm not ready.
I tried to hit him once and get away, but it wasn't fast enough for Lion.
Oh, regen.
Even I don't know where they come from. And I'm a god.
The regen is real.
Oh, you pretty thing. Move it. Push me. The dogs are on us.
Want to go Lion?
I think I'm just diving this bitch.
I don't know if I can save you anymore, but he's got ulti again. What the fuck?
I have regen. I'm dead.
Oh man, there's a life stealer.
Oh man.
Jesus. I thought life stealer was bottom.
so.
Coming.
Actually, let's do the Alchemist instead. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm almost there.
It's on me though.
I'm coming back too.
Alright. I'm run. No. Back up, back up. You stun himself? Oh no! Oh no!
No! Oh god damn it!
He's the lion.
He was anything but haste, I would have killed him.
Banned?
No, I can't kill him yet.
I choose this path.
I need the Mask of Madness, or you need level 6. One of those.
I'm coming back.
Stay here, get level 6, Lulu.
I'm coming.
Up to you. Okay, Mask of Madness coming.
Of course.
The power shot, man. Jesus.
Poke.
I can kill Alchemist PH.
Okay.
Never mind, he's gone.
Follow my lead.
You level 6? Not yet.
Does Alchemist have high armor?
No.
No?
No, not unless he buys Shivas. Where is he?
Your struggles begin. As the thickest flies.
So dead.
Yep. I waited till I was sure about it.
No doubt. I thought I might find this here.
It pissed me off. Early game a lot.
Oh shit, they see me.
My glory.
I am ripped.
Where did they kill you?
Here, there's a sentry here.
We go.
I heard the technical. I can click on you too. Not sure where you are.
Give me more.
I have something.
I don't have Chrono now.
I'm not ready.
I'm going for Joe.
Follow me.
Wait for my track.
I choose this path myself.
Don't. Yes, yes, yes. Come here.
I hunt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Follow my lead. That's the right of it. To what end?
You pulled?
Yeah, but
I wanted push tower.
I mean, you should have waited.
You have ulti.
Oh.
Yeah, I have.
Out of range.
25 seconds.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Alchemist uses his ult.
No, he did not.
Right, let him go. No, no, let him go. Let him go. Until we have a definite kill, I don't want to. I just want to harass, so I can farm.
I'm a sheep.
Ah, sheep.
Okay, if he comes, come with me. Let's have ulti.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Okay.
We're still learning.
My aim is true.
This Chihiro's got a lot of mana.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I could go for some mana. Hey Billy, where are you gonna go next?
How about that Slater?
Whoever comes first, we kill. Okay.
I mean, where on the map? Because our courier's dead.
I'm gonna go top.
This one.
You guys
okay, I'll meet you top. Okay, never mind.
Ready?
Too late.
Ready.
So, 1-man arena, so what? This is 75-second cooldown, man.
Well played.
Thank you.
Maybe I just dive their fountain and get my item. There's a ward.
Have you ever played with pros? Yeah, many.
I'm searching for Lifestealer in here, Billy.
I think he's near you.
Yeah.
Wait, let me initiate.
Oh, my invis was coming up.
Yeah, I should have waited. Here, I can arena.
It's all good. He's dead.
1-man arena again. There's nothing wrong with that.
To come back and he's dead.
Wait, we can kill this guy. We have to go together. Here, come from over here.
You go first. I'm not gonna track him till he...
Just run at him. The fuck? He knows, dude.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, Blink Dagger's okay, but I mean, I just run at them.
No doubt.
Does Drow have Shadowblade?
No way.
I doubt she has anything other than boots.
Boots? Wow, that's the
brown boots. I hope.
Whoa there.
Ah, someone's here. Is there a sentry here? Oh, it's Lifestealer.
I can't. We don't have vision.
10 seconds.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
10 seconds, you can kill him. Just get him on the edge and
I've got 4 seconds to ulti. No.
There's 4 here. Oh.
Yeah. I'm coming on Alchemist if I can. He's probably gonna TP. Oh, nice shot.
Oh man.
Got the track.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
8 armor. You know how many people do physical damage in this game, Desco? Drow does physical damage. Alchemist does physical damage. Lifestealer does physical damage. That is 3 cores to do physical damage, dude.
One second, I'm coming with ulti. I just need to buy one. Coming.
Yeah, I know you guys love damage, but think about this. Survivability is kind of damage, right? When you live longer, you can do more damage. Right?
Dire structures are fortified.
March!
I got this,
Why?
guys. I got the
Why
bar.
do people buy recipe without buying the relic?
I can answer that question. So if you're about to die, you're gonna lose money, right?
If you're okay, yeah. If you're about to die, if you don't want to lose money, I get it. Yeah, that's the only one situation I think about.
The enemy's
Yeah, pretty much.
tower has fallen.
The dogs are on us!
Man, I need a basher.
I don't know why I used that.
No
there.
way. Silence me
That's
there.
okay. I like that you use it. Oh man, I missed the. Oh, I killed the courier with a shield?
Can you do that?
I think I did.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my god, perfect.
Yoink.
Oh, Mars is a really fun hero, huh?
Yeah, so is Bounty Hunter.
I was waiting for a good chrono. It showed up.
What the fuck?
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh no, he gets to do this. Ah, you almost one shot.
Oh shit!
Louis, if you're gonna initiate, let me know.
Lion, come here.
There you go.
Lion, kill the lion.
Okay.
He's almost on a track. There you go.
Thanks, the Rod.
Was real.
Need harder.
This way.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Spears up.
Wind Ranger versus Life Stealer.
Wow.
God, man, that was so intense. I wasn't sure who was gonna win that one.
What a scary hex.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Hey,
Dude, Mars is so strong.
Doing chrono.
This way.
Oh shit. Keep rating fountain can hit outside of fountain.
Yep.
That's the right of it. Don't push me. Ah, yes.
I've got such a poor score for a carry.
3-1? Damn, man. Can you teach me?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Do you offer coaching?
I said the poor score, not the great
oh,
score.
Oh, did you? Okay. Alright, fine.
Nah, rip Lulu. Never mind.
Force march.
King, go find her. Get her! I'm gone.
Alright, I'm going.
Has fallen.
A step towards victory. I know. Execution style.
Let's not kill her. Let's just like
Really?
Oh shit!
Wait, I'm just gonna scare her.
Can I kill her?
No.
No. Just stay.
I got it.
She's our
Okay,
friend,
I got
guys.
it. I got it. Okay, we're friendly.
It's just 4 guys. Oh wait, it's one is
Well,
girl.
Rico doesn't even see me.
That looks good.
We block her in.
Let her farm. Let her farm. Oh.
Can you imagine what Sin said? What the fuck is happening this game?
Hi, Alex.
What are you?
Oh crap!
Someone quick, kill.
I just wanted money.
I'm even bad with it.
Ah, oh, damn it!
I think I'm gonna send this to Dota. What the fuck, really?
They won't play it.
Yeah, they're not gonna play it.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry?
Wait, Billy's having all the fun.
I'm gonna go back. Oh shit.
No!
Slice Stealer's almost got his radiance there.
Oh no, I'm scared.
Wait a minute, the Alchemist. They both just had the recipe.
And actually, he does have a radiance.
With divine grace.
Nice.
One shot.
One shot.
Get him, Lou, stun him.
Well, no, we ended him kill first. There we go.
Are they still playing?
Don't push mid because if he's gonna hit the ancient. Oh,
you wanna end the game?
Oh, what?
You just ended the game.
How about
Mine's
you?
already
Oh
ended
shit.
Jump in there.
This is already.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Chrono, but I don't wanna kill. I don't wanna kill Drow. Okay, he's the hero.
Alright, kill everyone except for Drow.
Thank you.
Kill Void.
GG.
What a way to end the day.
Indeed.
Easy game.
Thanks for the game, guys. Really enjoyed playing with you.
Hey, glad you had fun.
Yeah. I'll practice my wording next time.
Sounds good, buddy.
For another time.
Watch the stream. Actually, that is how I learned how to place words.
Yep.
Yeah, 8K track gold for that game.
I'm gonna grab a smoke, so I'm gonna close Discord, but I wanna wish you all a very good night.
Yeah, you can. It's like 2 AM over there. Jesus, get some sleep.
Yeah, my sleeping patterns are way off balance right now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my god, Lion was so bad, but he had the most kills.
Alright, guys. I'm done for today, too. I've been streaming for like 9.5 hours.
Yeah, time for a break.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? I'm done for today. And yeah, their draft is really bad. What am I going to be eating? I don't know. Haven't decided yet. We'll see. Thanks, Tundra. Thanks, Inra. Yeah, 9.5 hour stream. I gotta get out of here, guys. Thanks, Devraj. Yeah, tomorrow sounds good. I'll be here, buddy. Thank you for coming back every day. You think the top 100 player was fake account? Oh, what makes you say that? Yeah, the moment he said buy heart on Slark, we knew he was just full of shit, so. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys had fun. Should be back tomorrow around the same time, so 7 AM Pacific time. Have a great day, a great night, guys. See you guys soon.
And his name is